Day 55 here at Woodbine Racetrack. Track announcer Robert Geller here on what is a gloomy day in terms of weather conditions this Sunday, August 2nd, as we head towards what will be an 8-race program. And coming up today in what is the first of 8, we do actually have main track there, and that's the pattern all the way through. So we're going to be off the turf today, and temperatures have dipped. The gloom is really apparent. You can not see the CN Tower, and you can't really see much further from the backstretch out. So that has really come in as certainly strong cloud cover in the last half hour. We're going to go to the changes here today, and there's some distance changes and some important scratches. So let's take a look as we start our changes and overweights in race 1. And number 1, Elgin Park, is at 119, is 1 pound over. Number 3, Big Bold and First, is also 1 pound over. Race 2 is the start of the $100,000 guaranteed pick 5. We're off the turf, so the change of distance should be noted here on the main track, 5 1/2 furlongs. Number 6 does draw in, and that is Caught Speeding. Over to race number 3, and here the jackpot Power Pick 6 has a carryover, $15,253.96. Number 4, Remarkably Human, is +3. Race 4, and again we're off the turf, and there is a distance change again to the 5 1/2 furlongs on the main track. There are no changes, however, in the 4th. Over to race 5, and there are no changes. Race 6 off the turf. The distance is now 1.25 miles on the main track, and no changes. Race number 7 is clear, no changes. Race 8, however, off the turf, the distance will be 7 furlongs on the main track. There's no jackpot high 5 wagering, and there are 3 scratches. Numbers 1, Maker's Flatter, 6, Unbridled Weather, and 9, Fine Style, and they're all steward scratches. So the temperature is showing 21, 70 degrees. The heavy rains have come. It's not as heavy right now. It might not even be raining. It's hard to tell. Northeasterly at 17 kilometers or 11 miles per hour. It's time for Woodbine Racing Live.
Canada's great little horse, Northern Dancer, wins. There he goes, Secretariat on the outside.
Motivated, I'm focused. This is the moment. Gotta one-up my opponent.
Running games absolutely punishing them.
Gotta get it, the mindset. Gotta put it in motion. Game time, that I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, and they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
But the mighty filly has devastated them.
Motivated, I'm focused.
Shefield's pretty, grabbing the lead. Diamond Rain coming on the outside as they hit the wire. Shefield's pretty narrowly.
This is the moment.
What has happened to our sun? It is just gone. It is raining, and it is raining cats and dogs right now here at Woodbine. But they were calling for this in the forecast, and unfortunately, because of that, we are off the turf. The good news is the rest of the week, once we get into the work week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, looks to be in some fantastic condition. And obviously, you know, coming up on Monday, it is a holiday here in Ontario. So some don't have to go back to work tomorrow. So that's great news. You get a nice long weekend. Welcome inside the studio. I'm Jeff Bratt. So if you're wondering what's been going on with Lisa and I, Elisa's here, then I'm not, and then vice versa. So here's the storyline. About 2 weeks ago, I don't know where I got this from. I got a cold of some sort in the summertime. Anyways, because I'm the nice, generous person that I am, I gave it to Elisa. Then I started feeling better, and I thought, okay, I'm on the mend. And then on Friday night, brutal night. So I called in sick yesterday, and now Elisa's had to call in sick today. So it's just been one of those situations where we can't just stay healthy right now. But the good news is that this happened before the plates. Because I was thinking about that driving in today, said, what would have happened if one of us went down on the plate day. Like, that would not be a good situation. But that's a couple of weeks away, and very much looking forward to that. In fact, the draw is not too far away. It's going to be a week. Tuesday will be the post position draw for the King's Plate. And a lot of horses had their big works yesterday morning with us here at Woodbine. And very much looking forward to seeing how the field's going to be assembled in there. We're going back to the double draw this year, which is backed by popular demand. So if you're not familiar with that, it's how the Derby used to be done, where we'll pick who gets to pick the post positions in order. So for example, say Leicester wins the post position draw. That means Leicester can start in any post position that the connections want to start from, and then so on after that. So I have two friends with me here today at Woodbine. Here's my first friend. Kleenex. I think I've personally kept the Kleenex company in business over the last 2 weeks. And my other friend, and I don't blame him, he says, Jeff, I'm staying away. I love you, buddy, but I'm staying away because I don't want to get sick, especially with the plate right around the corner, and that is track announcer Robert Geller. Robert, how does one get a cold in the summertime? Can you explain this to me? Because somehow I got zapped pretty good.
Yeah, we're going to have to investigate.
Unbelievable.
I'm not sure. It is frustrating, isn't it? It really is. I have to say, the humidity's been up, it's been down, it's been, you know, it hasn't been very consistent summer, and I'm sure that contributes. And then there's air conditioning, which I really hate.
Really heavy air day today, for sure. Really, really humid day. But I was watching yesterday, and the stake race did not disappoint. And obviously, we're going to look back at it right now, and you had the storyline between Paramount Prince and Mancetti. Unfortunately for Mancetti, I think the race was over for him at the start, but Paramount Prince, this old warrior, I'll tell you, Robert, he pulls some rabbits out of his hats, and he held on very gallantly to pull off the victory.
He certainly did. I mean, he showed just how strong a galloper he is, and he had just enough in reserve. I mean, run away again, had a couple of shots at the chance to get up and win, and just so close. I mean, it was a bit of a head bob.
Yeah.
And I think it's a shame that we can't have on Equibase charts really a margin that's a short half head, because to be honest, it's not a nose and it's not a head.
Yeah.
It's just in between. And that was a terrific performance by both. What excited me about that race, Jeff, was the fact it was the rematch. And I love rematches because there's something about two outstanding horses who go at it and to the exclusion of others.
And if you compare this to the American Triple Crown, how often do you see horses that won the Derby or won the Preakness come back as older horses and come back and compete yet again? And we've got that with Runaway again. We've got that with Paramount Prince. We've got that with Mancetti.
We do.
The sport needs stars, Robert, and to have these horses back is fantastic.
And when you think about Dresden Rowe's terrific run against Burnham Square just the other day, yesterday in the Arlington Million, you know, our horses are there at that level where they could have, you know, really been competitive. And I have to think Mancetti, I mean, it was an extremely good run under the circumstances. As you mentioned, was knocked out of the race from the start.
Did you get a chance, Robert, to see My Boy Prince's race yesterday at Colonial?
Amazing.
How that horse won that race yesterday. He looked to be in Nowheresville and got up in the last jump to pull off that victory. What a war horse he's turned out to be. He was a good horse as a 2-year-old and still is winning big races right now.
And what I love about My Boy Prince is just how much versatility this horse has shown, because he nearly won the plate.
Yep.
He can go distance. He's been so effective on turf. He can sprint. I mean, this is what you call a really adaptable and quality horse that's just a money spinner.
Yeah, no, you're right about that. Has made a pile of money. So, Robert, thank you so much for pinch hitting. We really appreciate it, because I don't know what's going on right now, but we're going to be healthy for the plate. That's all that matters. So we're very much looking forward to that. Yesterday here, Fraser Abley set a course record. I didn't realize that your race call that you brought that up with Spa Prospector. That horse was moving very rapidly to set the course record on the program yesterday.
He was. In fact, you know, that first fraction surprised me, but I was surprised by the fact it was a record, and just continued to find. I mean, we've had some blistering times on the track, and I know there haven't been that extensive a library of horses running on distances over the years on the inner turf, but still. And, you know, Mark Cassey was a 1-2 punch in that race, and his barn was really successful all across North America yesterday.
Yeah. I was actually texting with him yesterday, and I said, boy, it's the veterans that are winning your races today. The Old Boys Club was doing a lot of good things for him. But maybe the performance of the day, Robert, was the nightcap. This Brandy and Me had a big number. What a race for that first-time starter at 30. What was it? 35-1.
That's right, which was astonishing because of the fact that Chartron Hoeksbaan has been on fire.
Yeah.
And we've been bitten all the time by incredible prices with horses who Duck 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 and others that have proven. But this one looked amazing on the track. There were a couple of horses yesterday who went off at huge odds on the track that just got under the radar. One of them was that race with, I think it was White Mud Wet.
Yes.
Was a phenomenal looker on the track. And the winner was phenomenally turned out by Mike Mattini on My Legacy.
Yep. Yeah, and it seems like they found the niche, so to speak, with Justine all of a sudden going 5 furlongs on the turf. Seems to be really good right now as well. But I was really happy for Jason Hoyt. You know, it's been a tough go for him so far this year. To see him pick up a victory like that with Brandy and me, that was terrific to see. So let's do some handicapping for today, Robert, and take a look at the second race. We're going to go 5/8 of a mile in here. And, first of all, we have to get the clock report from this morning. I forgot about that. Sorry, producer Mike. Let's take a look at that. So, obviously, with there being more and more rain taking place right now, the track is going to tighten up a little bit. This first-time starter that we're going to see in the not-too-distant future named Keep My Powder Dry is one that grabbed the attention of our head clocker, Ernie Perry, today. This is one that's going to be going to the starting gates in the not-too-distant future for conditioner Donnie McRae. This is a Omaha Beach that they paid $40,000 for, Canadian bred. So very much looking forward to seeing Keep My Powder Dry. That first-time starter in the next couple of weeks worked on August the 2nd, which was this morning from the gates in 49 and change, getting ready for what should be a race, I would say, maybe next week or a week after that. So now we can do some handicapping and look ahead here to our day of racing here. We'll start off with race number 2, going 5 furlongs on the 5.5, I should say now, on the main track because of the change in distance and surface here today. So an optional 32,000 claimer in here, and Wa Soleil is going to return. I think Wa Soleil is a little bit better on the grass myself. This Terranigo barn, I'll tell you, Robert, they've done a great job, and they've got Split Strike coming up here in race number 2.
Yes, they have, and Split Strike has very good form. I did pick Roi Soleil thinking it was going to be on the grass, and I didn't change because of the fact that Roi Soleil has been effective on the Tapeta and also has a very good work tab coming in off of one run, which was excellent to quality horses. But it does change your feeling a bit because it just isn't as confident to pick. I do see chances in this race. I do think Forester's Fortune will appreciate the extra half furlong, but also might have been, can be versatile, can do both surfaces. But I do think this is a tricky race because I was going to eliminate Lazio completely, and now I think I have to say that every horse has an absolute chance in this race.
Yeah, I would agree with that assessment too. And I think the 5.5 helps out Forester's Fortune now a little bit because he's getting a little bit long in the tooth now, so I don't know if at 5 he's as effective. Then Real Savvy is obviously a bit of a question mark going 5 furlongs on today's card. More often than not, we see this one going around 2 turns. We do have a workout that we want to take a look at in regards to Caught Speed. And actually worked with Maria Sophia, who actually ran not bad on yesterday's program here at Woodbine. Here's a look at Caught Speeding, who is going to be on the inside in here. And Maria Sophia just got tired maybe about halfway down the lane yesterday, Robert, but showed very good speed.
And it was evident, there was a lot of pace pressure because of the way the race kind of collapsed a bit at the end.
Yeah.
But definitely looked sharp early.
And there's Caught Speeding, so working with a younger horse, obviously. Caught Speeding is a 5-year-old and working with a 2-year-old on this particular occasion. So Caught Speeding's on the inside. This work's going to be recorded in 47 seconds. And Sarah Ritchie, she's going to start heating up here because she's too good of a horse person to have just that one win beside her name. She's had some bad luck, unfortunately, so far this season, but nothing more than a kind of a little bit of a maintenance move there on the inside, and Romero Mirage is going to guide that one on the outside. But I kind of echo your sentiments now. I think it's a bit more of a competitive race now with the move over to the main track and the extra distance of 5.5 as well.
I do. I think it's certainly, we know how much horses on the inner turf are specialists, and when they are not on that surface, it does take their rating down a little bit, but doesn't necessarily exclude them from being able to win. I have been caught speeding, by the way, but I think caught speeding, Sarah Ritchie, I'd love to see her get a roll on because she got Verana home for me on a big pick 3 one day earlier in the meet, and she is a very good horseman.
That one is actually entered on Thursday's card of racing too, so you can go right back if you want to take a look at that one. And by the way, Robert, next Saturday here at Woodbine, we're going to be on the, weather permitting, on the EP Taylor turf course, so you better get ready for calling those races, my friends.
Great. Well, I am really pleased that we are moving away from Lane 4 onto an EP Taylor, to be honest.
Yeah.
Lane 4 is really skinny.
It is. And listen, I understand why we have to do it, because you have to, you have to make sure the inside lanes get a chance to recover and stuff like that. But yeah, with there being just the one course right now and out in Lane 4, that's tough. Because you're such a, like, for example, yesterday on the program, I thought Breeze Arrow was very much compromised by how that race unfolded with the rail being out as far as it was.
Absolutely.
And that's just the way it goes, right? Yeah. Let's get to race number 3 now on the program. I thought this horse had a bit of a troubled trip that we're going to look at right now. But first of all, let's start off our discussion, though, Robert, with Hammerhead. They're not wasting any time dropping this horse in for a claiming price of $40,000 here today. We get a new rider today as well. I don't know. This drop kind of scares me a little bit. Do you go towards Hammerhead, or are you going to go in a different direction?
Well, I say this. Remember, Mirage is so successful at putting into the winner's circle horses who are dicey in terms of do they really want to win. And so in that regard, I have a little bit more confidence. And I think Hammerhead will appreciate the distance. I did pick Hammerhead with a reservation because I think Hammerhead's a bit of a moody horse. I mean, even when I went to take a photo of Hammerhead, I think it was a year and a half ago, it's like, well, watch out, he'll bite you. and I don't know, Hammerhead to me has been really, really promising and hasn't always delivered. Yeah. So how the race will run is interesting. I really like the performance of Cash the Money as well. I thought that was a very good run. But I think with the extra distance, Hammerhead could really be hard to beat.
I thought Sprung Loose had a good run last time. I'm going to show it to you right now because I did think the horse got a little bit delayed going into the turn in that most recent event. Had to wait a little bit, did Jeffrey Alderson. And here's a look at Sprung Loose right now. And I think Jeffrey's trying to figure out, where do I go at this point of the proceedings? And the eventual winner is going to be this Call Me Sue, who, as you would say, Robert, got the run of the race. You know, we're kind of in that pocket type of position. But right now, Jeffrey's trying to figure out where to go here with this Sprung Loose, and it's going to get delayed. And but the result is quite good. It only loses by about a half a length.
It was a good performance, and you know, it's needed the run. Really, it was the first run back, and I also loved the performance of Mohammed Diamond, who's a real trier and is up in the green silks there. But Sprung Loose does go by, and eventually Call Me Sue after that beautiful trip on the rail does go on to win, but it wasn't by a lot. But they Call Me Sue, you know, didn't have to extend. But I did feel that both those horses were very good runs.
We've got some total performance data information that we're going to pass along after we take a look at some picks in here. So I've gone towards Sprung Loose, Ron has, and Lisa has. Doug going towards Cash the Money, and Robert's going to go towards number 3, that being Hammerhead as his top pick. But what I wanted to show you here in regards to Sprung Loose is just how good the horse was moving towards late portions of that race. Almost got up to 60 kilometers per hour in the late portions of that event. And then the run-out speed was obviously quite good as well. So love to see this smaller barn. I think this might be the only horse that Kyle's got, as a matter of fact. And let's see if Sprung Loose is able to do some damage in there. You know, for a small field, Robert, other than maybe remarkably human, you can make a bit of a case for all the horses, I would say, here in this spot.
It is actually a tricky programming. I mean, in some ways, we sometimes think, oh, bigger fields are harder, but actually, I find sometimes the smaller fields are actually harder to handicap.
Yeah, it just, so much has to go right for you to win, because, you know, I just feel like you've got to get the right trip, you got to get the right pace scenario. Like, and I'm with you, the smaller fields, obviously odd things can kind of happen in there. Let's get to race number 4 now. This will be at 5.5 furlongs now on the main track. And this was a subject that I'm going to title Big Move, because this Forever Frosty, what an eye-opening move this horse put in that first career start. So more on that one coming up in a couple of seconds. The favorite is Smoking Empire. I'm going to go towards How's It Going Owen. So Hannah Springer's got 2 in this race. She's got Forever Frosty and How's It Going Owen. And let's take a look at this move here with Forever Frosty. So back on July the 6th, we're going a mile on this day, and talking about a nice turn of foot that we saw in here. And Robert, you were all over it during your race call. Why trip? We're in lane 4 on this day too, and you know, unfortunately, maybe it was a bit of a premature move. I don't know, because the horse opened up 2 lengths and then got picked off late by Bright Angel.
Yeah, but you never know when you've got a first-time starter. Just, I suppose, how much is really available, and nothing wrong with Bright Angel's form, because all those horses out of that sort of Accelerando Bright Angel type of scenario have done well. But this was a spectacular effort, and look, the winner here.
Yeah.
But run down nonetheless. You can't take anything away from a first. first-time start, so impressive to get that 2-length margin early in the stretch.
Interestingly, they're going now from a mile race to a 5.5 furlong event, which is kind of a little bit interesting in here. But I kind of like this How's It Going Owen because I realize he got picked off last time out, but Skull just ran an unbelievably good race on that day. At 5.5 furlongs, they might not catch How's It Going Owen here in this spot. Where did you eventually land as your top pick in race number 4?
I did go with the 1, Smoke and Empire, because of the quality of the field that Smoke and Empire's faced. And there's Sandy, who was waiting for a blacksmith this morning, and I got a photo with Smoke and Empire. And what a sweet horse. I have to say, Brachetto, I mean, we're looking at very good quality horse last season, has developed. Or this season has developed, and I do know that where there's smoke, there's fire, yes. Hopefully Smoke and Empire can live up to my expectations of having run against a bit of better company that I feel might be the reason why Smoke and Empire might be favourite here, but I'm not sure on really if Gate 1's the right spot, but I do like the horse.
I looked long and hard with that one. I put the horse eventually second in my selection, so I'm kind of with you there on Smoke and Empire. I think eventually might get onto the turf because this is a half to get Smokin', who was really like a multi-millionaire horse on turf. Yeah. So I think at some point they're going to get that one onto the grass. But I don't mind your selection in there, but I'm going to go towards How's It Going Owen there in race number 4. Nice to see that Smokin' Empire was not too disturbed about the rain being outside, Roberts, and was very happy to see, which is terrific. Let's get to our next topic in here, and this is going to be a route race here coming up on race number 5 as we get set to go 9 furlongs in this spot. And one that's never gone around 2 turns before is Mr. Perfect. Fog Dioro lost a heartbreaker last time out to Hot Potato. That was a bit of a tough beat, I thought, in that most recent race. And then you've got Beach Cricket and this Patty Dixon barn with Stormy Cloud. Stormy Cloud is from the same family as One Bad Boy, who obviously won the plate. Now, whenever you get low-end maidens, Roberts, and we start to go like a 1.125 miles, 1.25 miles, that's where things can become a little bit more on the interesting side of things, because for some of these horses, they might get a little bit lost with the fact the race is this long in this spot. So in race number 5, let's find out who your top pick is in here as we get set to go 9 furlongs.
I took a shot on Ted's horse, Beach Cricket. Okay. I felt that Beach Cricket had run some really nice races in distance last season. I think that the last 2 runs have been good. I particularly like the first up run was a good close, but beaten by Lady on the Nile, who's been so phenomenal. I know this was a turf race, but I think Beach Cricket can handle both surfaces well. I think Ted's barn's going to come around with some interesting value, and I think Beach Cricket, just as in a race where there are many chances and nothing stands out, worth taking a shot on.
How often do we see it too, Robert, when a trainer enters 2 and it's the bigger price of the 2 that wins? And that might be the case here for Ted Holder. He's got Grand Ghost as his other entrant in here. And we'll take a look at this work from back on July the 26th at a time of 1:02.4. Working all by himself on this morning. And it will be Luis Contreras that's going to ride in here today. And Ted Holder is hoping to have some more success than he's had early on in the meet. And he could get going here today with this nice little 1-2 punch with Beach Cricket and Grand Ghost. Grand Ghost is a bit of an interesting story because the horse actually started off his career here at Woodbine last July, then went down to Fort Erie for a couple of races, and now is back here at Woodbine in this particular event. Getting some urging there late is Grand Ghost, but does work in 1:02 and change, getting ready for today's event. But I'm going to take a shot at the Stormy Clouds. I'm curious to see if this horse will be able to get the 9 furlongs or not. So, I mean, obviously, if you're a half to a plate winner, that should help out the situation. And Pietro Moran's going to guide that one for Patty Dixon. I think Patty Dixon's got to be pretty pleased with the year he's had so far.
Oh, absolutely. I think his horses are horses that develop and they go distance, and they are certainly always value. And Humour Me a Story is a good example of a horse that's just really in the zone. And I do feel that a lot of his horses get under the radar. Yeah, and I was so delighted to see Ashley B come back to form on the turf.
Yeah, Ashley B, a bit of a sentimental horse too. But yeah, Humour Me a Story. What a run that horse put in last time out to come from way, way off the pace. Those have got to be exciting horses for you to call too.
Yeah, they're my favorite. Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
I love a horse at the back of the field, just coming into it and Is it going to get up? You know, that's the joy of horse racing.
That's the fun part for sure. Speaking of joys of horse racing, one of my joys is when we get a chance to go in long distance races. Robert, this is a bit of a test run for you for the plate. We're going to go 1.25 miles on the main track here for race number 6. And Weller Green, I think, is better on turf. I'm going to take a shot with Coburg, seeing if maybe this horse might be able to wire the field in here. Now, Coburg ran a bit of an interesting race last time out too, Robert. You might remember that Wembley Avenue made that big move, and then Coburg gave up the lead, but then Coburg came back on to win it, and Wembley Avenue has since come out of that race to run very effectively.
Yeah, Wembley Avenue was a winner, and Coburg was, it was a very unusual scenario, because when a horse makes that sort of move so late to get to the lead, it doesn't often lose, but that was the case. Coburg was gallant and proven on the main track is a big factor here, because I love Weller Green, and I haven't been on Weller Green, and now I'm suddenly on Weller Green. But I think Weller Green's, one run that I see in the main track was disappointing, but there's been such a phenomenal campaign this season. And I remember thinking Wyoming Bill, when it was switched off of the turf to the main track, at one point I thought, might not win, but did. So I'm going to stick with Catherine Day's horse, but I really like Bowman's run as well. And I can see a case for any of them, except perhaps just, and I shouldn't say one, but Ninja Star. But I can see the case for Coburg as a horse on the rise as well.
One more Brew, crafty old-timer. He knows a thing or two about winning races, so I think you got to give him a bit of a long look as well.
Maybe so.
And you look at Weller Green, and more often than not, they do kind of scratch when the races come off the grass. But I think the thinking is for Catherine is, listen, it's a field of just 5. Like, we got to give it a go in here. We're going for, what are we going for in here? $125,000. Like, we got to give it a shot and just see if it materializes or not. But he has been a bit of a bad luck horse. He's had some rough trips or moves that are a little bit too late. It just seems like bad luck kind of follows that guy. But hopefully today, Weller Green's able to get all the cookies there in race number 6. A field of 5 will duke it out in that one. So let's look at race number 6. Let's get to our 7th race on the program. Master Steel for John Mattini is going to be installed as the favorite. We've got Silent Lee in this spot. We've got the Sharon Sakata horse in this spot as well. But I really want to focus in on And the Oscar Goes To, because a lot of people are going to remember the race from Skull last time out. But I want to show you this race, Robert, because this one made onto the clock reports prior to debuting. And unfortunately, you're in lane 3 and you're stuck with post position number 9. What does that mean? More often than not, it means you're not going to be able to save any kind of ground at all. And I think about halfway down the stretch, we just sort of run out of steam a little bit. But all in all, not a bad debut.
No, good debut. I mean, I think Beverly Chubb's barn is definitely going to have some very nice winners, and this could well be a horse that pings today and was wide the whole way, but under the circumstances given that gate. And, it was such an incredible performance by the winner, and a lot of these horses ran honest races themselves. And so we'll see. There wasn't much with Eteria either, running a nice race. It's hard to line them up here when we're coming back to the main track.
And if you're trying to figure out how impressive this winner was, this horse got purchased out of this race. It is now in the barn of Mark Casse. So obviously a lot of people were impressed by the move with Skull, and Gary Barber was one of them, as they have made the purchase there of Skull. And On the Car and the Oscar Goes To is one that I'm going to follow very, very closely. That's a nice little picture. We're speaking of Oscars. And the Oscar Goes To is one that I'm going to go towards here coming up in race number 7. And we're going to take a look at some CTHS sales siblings that we're going to pass along. And we've got a full brother to And the Oscar Goes To. And Rural Roots has a horse that's going through the sale as well, a half to Gufo. So, Roberts, many of us are going towards the 4. But I want to know, as we open up the envelope and find out who is going to get the Oscar, where you're going to go with your top pick in the 7th.
I took Silent Lee, number 1. I was very impressed with the last run of the season. First up today, and has had just 2 starts. And Don McRae has Silent Lee in his barn, and I just felt could be an interesting one, because I think sometimes fresh they can really just run really a nice closing kick, and I'm hoping for that. And I think that is the X factor in the race. So I'm going to go with the Silently Inside Runner, but I respect a number of them. Master Steel, the Terrier, and the Oscar Goes To. I love the name, and the Oscar Goes To.
Yeah, great name.
Great name for a racehorse.
And like one of the best names this year is Go for Launch. Like the fact they got that name for that Starship Jubilee, like what a great name. But that's a great name too. And the Oscar Goes To. I do like that quite a bit as well. Let's get to the finale now on the program. We're now going to go 7/8 now on the main track because this race was scheduled for the turf. It's now on the main, going 7 furlongs. We scratch Maker's Flatter, we scratch Umbrella Weather, and we also scratch Fine Style. It could be a good day at the office for one Donnie McRae. He's going to send out William T. I am very interested to see how this 2-horse Chaos Agent is able to run here, because there was some buzz when this horse debuted down at Gulfstream with how he ran on that day. He ran so well they took a shot in against Stakes Company at Turfway, and obviously that did not go well, and now is going to be back in the entries in here. But some people might try to beat this horse because the last race wasn't all that great. But others are going to look back at the goodness of that first career start and see Josie Carroll, and they might go in that one's direction. So before we get to your pick, Robert, I just want to point out that we have some Clocker report information that we're going to pass along in here. It's not Ernie Perry's notes, but it's notes that you get to make, because we're going to show you a workout between a couple of horses that are going to be racing on today's program. We've got William T. and your buddy Silent Lee that work together. So William T. is on the outside, and Silent Lee is on the inside. Now, obviously, William T., that's a tough horse. You can always tell William T. because of the tail. He's so identifiable because of the way he has his markings. And he ran against a horse named Tux last time out and finished a very good second. So my question to you is this, Mr. Robert Geller. You're a fan of Donnie McRae in race number 7. Are you a fan of Donnie McRae's horse in race number 8?
I very much am. I actually think this is a really good surface change for William T. I was a bit dubious of whether to pick William T on top on the inner turf, and now I really like the fact this race is on the main track. Now, what you've said could be chaotic for me because I have left Chaos Agent out. By the way, who was Agent Chaos from? Which sitcom was that? I love all those things, but you will get it.
Dr. Google here.
I do think William T is a horse that runs a lot of seconds, but I just get the feeling that it has back class. I think this is a good betting race. I wouldn't be surprised if Golden Truth, even though it's a switch of surface as well, could still be very effective, because there's a horse that's been at big odds and done well in this company. And then you've got an interesting one from Rapoli's stable for Kevin Attard in Teleport.
Yes. Yeah.
Tough race.
Teleport's the first time gelding. I kind of like that a little bit in here. And the horse is obviously very nicely bred as well for Rapoli stable and partner as well. They're coming up in race number 8. But I am going to go towards the 2. I am terrified, though, of William T. And Donnie's going to laugh at me if William T wins, because I've been on William T's bandwagon. And I'm jumping off today. So
it's so funny, because I've picked up on Weller Green and William T today. So I might be ending up, where you were saying, I've had enough, but we'll see.
Yeah. There's nothing more frustrating, though, as you know, when you've been chasing a horse for a long time, you jump off and they win. That's a bad feeling. But anyways, so let's look at how things might unfold there coming up in race number 8 on the program. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to have more information on the aforementioned Mr. Agents and our plays of the day. Okay, Roberts, one of our fans has written in regards to Chaos Agent. Was it Get Smart?
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Yes.
Was
So
Agent
that's-
99 not Get Smart as well? Maybe not.
Yes.
Yes. I love that show.
And I think it's a character in Fortnite, too.
Okay.
You and I don't play that game because
I have no idea what you're talking about.
No, I'm with you on that.
Fortnite is a game. Okay, but I love that. I love Get Smart.
Yeah, thanks to Gabe, who watches the show on a regular basis, for passing along that information. Here's a look at Mr. Agent himself. Worked with Notorious Gangster. Oh, I was so disappointed that horse had a scratch yesterday. That stunk. But anyways, worked with Notorious Gangster. And the Colt came back to work in a clever 48-4 back on July the 26th. And as I said, they kind of tossed this guy to the Wolves in the Jeff Ruby Stakes, and unfortunately was basically easing that race, but now resurfaces here in this spot coming up in race number 8. So that's a look at our clocker information. They are coming up a little bit later on in race number 8. We've got plays of the day that we're going to pass along for everybody as well. I did not have to change any of mine, just I got lucky, I guess. Split Strike. Are you much of a bowler, Robert? You don't strike me as a guy that's much of a bowler.
No.
No? Okay.
I actually I played a lot, but I can't spin a bowling ball to save my life.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that. Bread for Route and Stormy Cloud. My best bet is going to be And the Oscar Goes To, and my watch lister is the horse that we just spoke of, Chaos Agent, coming up in race number 8. Now, Elisa, who is hopefully resting, she's going to go to Wards. Talk about a hunch play on a day like today, Robert. Stormy Cloud. Oh my gosh. Could there be any more of a hunch play today?
That's right.
Weller Green, the added distance for that one. The clocker list is And the Oscar Goes To, and William T is the live barn coming up in race number 8. Some others that we're going to pass along. We'll let you speak of yours in a couple of seconds. Fog Dioro is one that Ron's going to go towards, and one more brew. You know, Was Soleil, they have kind of figured out with that horse, like 5.5 furlongs, Robert. That is Was Soleil's game.
And I do think has faced pretty tough company.
Yeah.
And now, more than ever, this second part of the equation is the key, whether I'm going to be accurate or not, because I say reliable on both surfaces. I did have more confidence prior, but I didn't want to abandon Soleil because of the surface change. Still fresh. I do believe that's a big factor.
I would agree. I wouldn't change either if I were you. If you like that horse, I would have stuck with that horse too. I think might be a little bit better on the grass, but I wouldn't have changed either if you like Was Soleil. Let's take a look at some tickets that we're going to put together as well. You know, we've got obviously a double that we're going to look at here for races 7 and 8. And I think you should play two doubles. I think you should play this double and a straight $2 double, the Donnie McRae double with Silent Lee and William T.
Yeah. And I'm scratching my head because I really wanted to change the ticket, but I just hate changing a ticket. I just think it's a bad omen. So I picked what I picked, and Master Steel I think is very live. And a Terrier did close good ground in that race won by Scarl. I do think that Golden Truth is an interesting one. Teleport, I'm not sure if that horse will be getting much betting action, but I think will be suited by the distance, which could be a factor.
Never change a ticket, Robert. There's an old saying, never change a ticket, just buy another one if you want to. That's the way to play it safe, because there's nothing worse than changing a ticket and it comes in. You're like, ugh.
Yeah.
That's the way it goes. Quick scheduling notes. We're back with you for 4 days of racing coming up on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We won't tell you about the following week because that's when things get a little bit confusing. But just know for our next week, we're racing Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Thursday's first race post time will be 3:10. And then Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at 1 p.m. And 4 days of racing is here with us at Woodbine. And the month of August has arrived as well, and the plate is just around the corner. Robert, one thing about you, when we call you and we ask you to help us out, you always say yes. And I just want to thank you for that, and have a great day calling the races today.
You're welcome, and I hope you feel better.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you, thank you, thank you. When we come back after the commercial break, we'll get you all set for the first of our 8 races here from Woodbine.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 two-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to NYRA.com/EMPTRI.
There's a reason we use expressions like storybook season in sport. For over 160 years, the King's Plate has played out like an enchanted fairy tale. It's Canada's most prestigious horse racing event, where elegance meets excitement and tradition meets celebration. King's Plate, Canada's race. Be part of the spectacle, be part of the legacy. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now at kingsplate.com.
CTHS sale right around the corner. It's coming up on September the 2nd, as a matter of fact, so a month away from the sale, and the catalog is out. It's online too if you want to check it out. And with there being, this increase the purse money for the next several years with us here at Woodbine, I think it's a great time to get involved in the game. So check out the catalog, guys. If you can't get some partners together and have some fun while enjoying the great sports of thoroughbred racing. Race 1 will be at 6 furlongs, 25,000 claimers. Non-winners of 2, and we do have a work that we're going to look at right now in regards to Big Bold and First, who is right now at 5-2. What's yours is mine is on the inside, and on the outside is Big Bold and First, and this is one that Willie Theranos is going to send out. So this will work from back on July the 25th. It's going to be timed in 59-2, getting ready for this engagement here today. And Big Bold and First, the one thing about him is he does like to show speed. And he was a very good 2-year-old. He won the Simcoe Stakes, and then he ran a bunch of stakes after that. So far this year, he's just had a bit of a tougher go as a 3-year-old, but he's made a pile of money for his connections along the way, which is terrific to see. Now being asked at this portion of the work is Big Bold and First, but we'll eventually get timed in 59 and change for this work. Definitely on the inside. What's yours is mine is going to get a little bit tired here late, but that's not a problem at all for Big Bold and First. Was able to work effectively there on July the 25th. So let's take a look at the field here for race 1. There's a good amount of speed, I would say, in this race, and one of the possible speedsters is Elgin Park. And if you look back at the way this horse kind of got started this season, they won first time out for 40. They dropped in for 25. They got the win there. Then for 50, that was probably just a little bit too tough of a spot. But the last start was definitely an encouraging one for $25,000. Was just simply second best on that day at 6.5 furlongs. Now, I don't know for sure if this horse needs the lead. I think they can sit just off it if they want to. I like the fact this one's got the rail. I think that's going to be an effective starting position for this one too. Seed Savachi rode the horse last time out, so now knows the son of Spun to run a little bit more. That's a big time +2. And the price really isn't all that bad either, currently at odds of 3-1. I think this is an extremely dangerous horse in this spot. And if he can capitalize with an inside draw, he might be tough to beat. Signature Sir is the number 2. This is a jockey trainer owner combo that won the first race of the day yesterday with us here at Woodbine, and that came with Wild Red. So Signature Sir gets some class relief here. They took the horse for 25. They got the win for 40, which is massive. But so far this season, it's been a much tougher go for this horse for whatever reason. Just has not been nearly as effective. So now we're going to make an equipment change as the blinkers are going to go on. But the most significant change, if anything, here today is just to drop in to face easier competition. That is the big, big thing. Now we're in against easier. That should help out the situation. And now it's up to the horse to turn things around. We'll see if they're able to do that or not coming up in race number 1. Well, we just showed you the work for Big Bold and First back on July the 25th. And Jeffrey Alderson's going to pilot this one here today. So more often than not, we see pretty good speed with this horse. And I think that's probably going to be the game plan yet again in here. But Big Bold and First just has not been able to carry that speed as effectively today for whatever reason. And 2 starts go with 6th, and last time out finished in the 7th place position. But we should get another decent pace type of position event here from this horse. The comeback work that you just saw was timed in 59-2. We're in stick and stay and against 25,000 claimers. I'm going to take a shot here with Glass Vegan. I just think there's some pace to chase for this guy. I don't love the fact that he was kind of all out to win that most recent race when they dropped. In fact, it looked like he was going to lose. They came back on to pull off the victory. So I like the fact he showed a great deal of determination when he did get the win on that day. Now we're going to cut back in distance here today. We're going to remain against the same type of horses from a monetary point of view. And there should be some pace to chase in this spot with Elgin Park, with Signature Sir, with Big Bold and First, and Red Weaver. And I'm just hoping he's able to capitalize and reel in all this speed that might develop in the opener. And we'll wrap it up with Red Weaver. They took the drop last time out, and it worked. It worked to perfection. They got the win. It wasn't a win exactly by 10 lengths. They had to sweat it out a little bit, but mission accomplished. They got the W for that $25,000 price tag, and they're going to stick and stay here for $25,000 yet again. Definitely a one that's going to be forwardly placed in this race. I just think there might be some company up front. Some of the others in this race, I think, need the lead. I think this guy can sit just off it if need be, and I think he's got a great shot to repeat should things unfold his way. But I'm going to take a shot with the 4 Glass Week, and I just kind of hope they all kind of fly up front and they're able to capitalize with all the pace developing in race number 1. We're 13 minutes away from post time, and we wish you all the best of luck.
Call to post race 1, and as they come out onto the track, number 1 Elgin Park is a pound over. 3 Big Bold and First is 1 over. This race at 6 furlongs opens the program of 8, a conditional claimer for 3-year-olds or 4-year-olds and up who are non-winners of 3. 7 minutes to the first race. In the post parade, here is the field race 1, number 1 Elgin Park, and is in the saddle with Sahin Savachi there for William Theranos, and Natural 8 stable part owners with Bob Crockett and Margaret Crockett. 2 Signature Sir is trained by Darwin Banach for Stephen Chesney and Corey Hoffman with Pietro Moran. 2 number 3 Big Bold and First, Michael Cole is the owner. Trainer William Theranos, and the rider is Jeffrey Alderson. Number 4 Glaswegian, trained by Devon Gittins for Bruno Shigadans and jockey Keve Nichols. Number 5 Red Weaver with Daisuke Fukumoto for Robert Tiller and 3 Sons Racing Stable Limited. Race 1 in 5 minutes. Three minutes. On the way to the starting gate. In the betting for the first, little between 3 of the runners, the 1 Elgin Park, 2 Signature Sir, and 5 Red Weaver. Just a moment ago, they were 2-1 each of the 3, but now 9-5 for Red Weaver. The skies certainly have got brighter, even though it is heavy cloud throughout the morning and today into the afternoon, and the rain has lightened as they come up. Inside to gate 1, Elgin Park. Moving forward is Signature Sir. And Darwin took the first yesterday, has Signature Sir here. Circling behind the gate is Big Bold and first. As Signature Sir steps up. Continuing to come down in price. Red Weaver's now at even money. And the inside 2 runners have gone out to 3-1 apiece. So waiting for Signature Sir to oblige. In the same silks as Wild Red for Stephen Chesney and Corey Hoffman. Signature Sir now has gone to the line. The gate will be closed from the front, which helped to get the horse in. And now it is the turn of Big Bold and first. So Glaswegian out to 9-2 in the betting is the next along. Glaswegian goes up in the outside to Red Weaver. And Daisuke comes to the line with Red Weaver. They're set to run, locked up. On their way in a perfect line. Out in front narrowly is Red Weaver from Big Bold and first, and Glaswegian coming through as Red Weaver takes to the back. And Big Bold and first goes out in front, prodded in the centre by Signature Sir for the lead. They've drawn out by a length. Elgin Park now taken back a little bit and forced to check or tighten. And almost out the saddle there was rider Sahin Savachi. And on the outside, Glaswegian in third. And now coming back to balance up, Elgin Park's now decided to take off. And last of all is Red Weaver. A little bit of drama there up the backstretch and showing the way by a length and a half. Big Bold and oh, here's trouble. Now running right off is Elgin Park towards the outside rail and taking Glaswegian with. And so those 2 virtually out of the race. And now we're down to 3 runners that have any chance at all. Big Bold and first in front. In second, Signature Sir. And now problems because Sahin Savachi has got tipped out and the horse took over to the rail, so he needs assistance. As they come down the stretch, Red Weaver's gone up and joined and taken over now from Big Bold and first. And as they come down the final 16th in a dramatic first race, it's Red Weaver coming out to the line. It's a bit of a jog to the wire, scores a length and a half. Narrowly second is in the centre Signature Sir. And then Big Bold and first Glaswegian. And everything that could go wrong with Elgin Park did go wrong. More to come. 1:11:46. Well, Sahin Savachi is on his feet on the patch of grass after the turn inside the 5/16ths, and he's getting assistance. The horse is loose on the track, running around on the E.P. Taylor turf backstretch and is appearing to be unharmed. But it was certainly a scary moment for both horse and rider. Red Weaver, the unofficial winner, 22-4 the first quarter, a half a mile, 45-3, 58-1 for 5/8. The time is 1:11:46, and it'll be 5 and a place photo on the first. Stewards confirming they have posted an inquiry involving number 1, Elgin Park. So the first home, number 5, Red Weaver. And a photo for place. Second is 2, Signature Sir. 3 is third, Big Bold and first. Number 4, Glaswegian fourth. So the numbers are 5, 2, 3, 4. The inquiry is ongoing.
By the gap. By the gap. Take a few turns, Benji. Couple turns.
Red Weaver, the winner of the first race. Back-to-back successes for Red Weaver. The tally of wins is now 3 for this grey roan 4-year-old gelding, who is by Signature Red. Stand by.
Okay, guys. Okay.
Just going back to the winner there, Red Weaver, congrats to Three Sons Racing Stable Limited, to Robert Tiller. Signature Red siring first and second place finishes. Three Sons Racing Stable Limited and Daisuke Fukumoto continue their good run of success. And Howard Walton bred the winner and the runner-up. Now the inquiry has concluded. The line broke when Sahin was trying to pull the horse back a little bit, and as a result of that, horse number 1, Elgin Park, then was unable to be controlled and lost any chance in continuing in the race. As a result, there's no change. It was not interference from another runner. However, the line did break. The official sign is on the board, 5, 2, 3, 4. And the winner has paid $4.80 for number 5, Red Weaver. 2, Signature Sir, $4.70 just to place and $4.60 to show. The exacta 5-2, $23.10. The first race trifecta, 5-2-3, $42.95. And fourth home number 4 in the Super, $89.20. 2-5 Swinger, $3.20. 3-5, $5.45. And 2-3, $5.25. They're the payouts on race 1. place photo. Run, locked up. On their way in a perfect line. Out in front narrowly is Red Weaver from Big Bolden first, and Glaswegian coming through as Red Weaver takes to the back. And Big Bolden first goes out in front, prodded in the centre by Signature Sir for the lead. They've drawn out by a length. Elgin Park now taken back a little bit and forced to check or tighten. And almost out the saddle there was rider Sahin Savachi. And on the outside, Glaswegian in third. And now coming back to balance up, Elgin Park's now decided to take off. And last of all is Red Weaver. A little bit of drama there up the backstretch and showing the way by a length and a half. Big Bolden, oh, here's trouble. Now running right off is Elgin Park towards the outside rail and taking Glaswegian with. And so those two virtually out of the race. And now we're down to 3 runners that have any chance at all. Big Bolden first in front. In second, Signature Sir. And now problems because Sahin Savachi has got tipped out and the horse took over to the rail, so he needs assistance. As they come down the stretch, Red Weaver's gone up and joined and taken over now from Big Bolden first. And as they come down the final 16th in a dramatic first race, it's Red Weaver coming out to the line. It's a bit of a jog to the wire, scores a length and a half. Narrowly second is in the centre, Signature Sir. And then Big Bolden first, Glaswegian. And everything that could go wrong with Elgin Park did go wrong. More to come, 1:11:46. And there is the finish order, race 1. And Elgin Park was actually claimed and so has gone from the barn of William Theranos to Devon Gittins for Bruno Schickedanz. Off the turf today, and this means a change of distance for race 2, 5 1/2 furlongs on to Peter on the main track. It starts the $100,000 guaranteed pick 5, and do note the 6, the also eligible, caught speeding, therefore gets a start as this horse draws into the field for race 2 in 18 minutes time.
That was craziness in the first race. Poor Sahin Savachi is aboard Elgin Park. He gets into a tight spot he has to take back, and his line breaks. And basically, that's like driving a car without a steering wheel. So thankfully, I think Sahin is A-okay. The horse, I believe, is okay too. Saw him galloping onto the turf course. We'll obviously see if Sahin is going to be in action for the remainder of the day. He does not have a mount in this race, but I imagine he's got more mounts coming up a little bit later on the program. And we'll keep you posted. He's got a ride coming up in race number 5. So we'll keep you posted as to his status once we find out, if we find out any information. Second race will now be at 5.5 furlongs on the main track. This is an optional 32,000 claimer. Non-winners of one race other than, and Real Savvy right now at 5-2. This is a cool horse, Real Savvy. He's more often than not kind of a long distance type of guy, but it seems like they want to cut him back in distance. And what happened in a couple of races this season was he just went a little bit too fast. And because of that, he didn't have enough left down the lane, and he had to settle for second on consecutive occasions. Last time out, that was a race scheduled for turf, got moved over to the main track, going 7/8 of a mile. And this is going to be his shortest race ever of his career, going just 5.5 furlongs. And I don't know if this is going to work or not. I'm curious to see how it goes in here. I like the draw, post position number 1. But I just never really viewed this one as a 5.5 furlong horse. You can tell from the size of this guy. He's a big, big boy. So it's going to be very interesting to see how he's able to be effective here today at 5.5 furlongs. Split Strike is going to be my top pick here in this spot. I just think he's the speed of the speed. I think he gets the front, and will try to make every call a winning one. He tried to chase the very swift Artemis City Limits last time out. Couldn't quite keep up with that one, but did very, very well the race prior to that on the main track. When finishing second, 3 starts back, was able to really work hard to pull off a victory on the main track as well. So I like the surface change for this guy. I think he's a little bit better on the main track than he is on the turf. So I'm quite pleased with my pick here in this spot at that 7-2 price. The 3 is Wa Soleil. Crafty guy. A horse that really has kind of found his niche. He's 5.5 furlong races. He can handle turf. He can handle the main track. If I was to guess, I would say maybe he's a little bit better on turf. That's my own subjective opinion, but he's just all racehorse in here. Now, the obvious question mark is his current status, because now all of a sudden he's in for just $32,000. He was claimed for 40. They did a lot of good things with him last season. Then they ran him in the Thorncliffe to start off the year this year. That didn't go all that well, and now all of a sudden we're in for $32,000. So this is a bit of an aggressive move for the connections of Wa Soleil, but he is a really, really good short distance horse in this spot, and I'd be terrified not to have him on my tickets. The number 4 is Forester's Fortune. He's not won a race in a long, long time. He's got a lot of money in his bank card. He's got over $500,000 on his resume, but he's just lost a couple of steps, unfortunately. He last ran on turf, was second in the race where Split Strike was third. I think for him now he kind of needs the 5.5, so I don't mind the fact this race is now at 5.5 furlongs on the main track. I think that might help him out a little bit in here. He just needs a lot of pace to chase, and I don't know if there's a ton of that, despite the fact that there is a 5.5 furlong event coming up next here in this second race. Alazio is the number 5, and this has been a very nice addition to us here at Woodbine. Currently working on a 3-race winning streak. Now, those have been against much easier than what he's going to be facing here today, but his confidence is on an all-time high. He's been great to watch. He seems to get along so beautifully with Emma, and they have turned out to be a really, really good jockey-trainer combination, have Wilson and Willie Theranos throughout the years. And I do think that Lazio might get first run over, say, a Forester's Fortune in this spot, and some of the other closers, or maybe even a Wa Soleil. But then it becomes a bit of a class type of situation. Can the horse be as good in against this type of competition as he has been when facing much easier company? And the 6 does draw in off the also eligible list, and this is Caught Speeding, was an MTO. Worked on July the 26th. We showed you that work earlier on today, and 47 seconds breezing, so that's obviously moving right along. Last race on the inside course, going 5/8 of a mile, just got overmatched. So I think the move back over to the main track, that is a huge plus for this horse here today. And I think it's going to be a lot more effective on this particular surface than on the turf. I still think he's going to have to run one of the best races ever run to win this race, but I do like that they made this horse an MTO, because I don't think on the turf he would be all that competitive. In the second, I'll take a shot with the 2. 2-3 for me as we get set to wrap up the first double of the day. Just a reminder, the second race starts off the pick 5 with the pool guaranteed here today at $100,000. 5.5 furlongs on the main track. It's coming up next.
Quarter post race 2. This race has been switched from the turf, off the turf, to the main track. The distance change, it's to 5 1/2 furlongs, and number 6 draws in, Caught Speeding. The pick 5 starts here, a $100,000 guaranteed pool. And race 2 is going to be an allowance optional claimer at the 5 1/2 for 3-year-olds and up. On the way to the post parade, 6 minutes. In the post parade, here's the field. 1 is Real Savvy, trained by Michael Wright Jr. for Angela Rutledge with Rafael Hernandez. Number 2, Split Strike, Tara Nagel training for Canada West Racing with Ryan Munger. Joining the post parade, number 3, Roi Soleil, owned by Telford Farms, Philip Hall trainer with Zarel Ford. 4, Forester's Fortune is owned by Claudette Tremblay, Pete Guy Allard, Bridget Miller, Catherine Urquhart and Archie Lee. Rodney Barrow, the trainer, rider Austin Adams. 5 is Lazio, who's owned by Scrappy Stables in the barn of William Theranos with Emma Jane Wilson. And number 6, Caught Speeding, Romero Mirage with the ride for Sarah Ritchie, who's part owner with Paul Cooper and Christina Cooper. And the field is 4 minutes from the start of race 2. Now 3, and do note again the distance change as we're on the main track to 5 1/2 furlongs. Please take note, jockey Sahin Savachi will be off of his rides for the rest of today's program. So we will have replacements named later in the day for race 4, horse 5, How's It Goin' Owen. And in race 5 on number 3, Tis the Power, as Sahin Savachi involved in that incident in the first race. He is now out of action for today's program. For the remainder, 2 races with riders to be announced. Starter Ian Ross calls the field to the gate. A check of the betting, and we have 8-5 Real Savvy, 5-2 Split Strike, 7-2 Roi Soleil, and for 5 Lazio, 7-2. In they come. Blinkers are on here for Real Savvy as they come up for a start. Split Strike getting good support as well, but Real Savvy at 8-5. Split Strike alongside. Further across stands Lazio. Roi Soleil has gone in. Forester's Fortune will be next. And the outside to Court Speeding. Stand by for a start. Court Speeding, the one back. And they're set to run. Off their race, Court Speeding won the start. Coming fast for the lead is Split Strike, and on their inside, driving is Real Savvy. They came away by a couple of lengths, and going up on the outside to 4th is Lazio. In the early stages, getting back to the tail of Forester's Fortune and Roi Soleil on the inside, and going out in front, bowling along well, is Real Savvy. Out by a length to Split Strike. A couple away in 3rd is Court Speeding, and another length and a half to Lazio. Well behind them both, Forester's Fortune and Roi Soleil on the inside. 3/8 left to run. Real Savvy by 3/4, almost a length again. Split Strike in 2nd, and 2 lengths away, Court Speeding. Lazio, Roi Soleil starting to pump home on the outside, coming to the 3 wide path, and 4 wide Forester's Fortune. Down the stretch in front, Real Savvy and Split Strike. Trying to run them down. Out wide on the track is Roi Soleil is coming home within the centre, Lazio. And on the inside, Court Speeding. Narrowly in front, Real Savvy, Split Strike, and then Roi Soleil. Split Strike just the leader. Real Savvy kicking back on the inside. Split Strike to the wire. Neck in front, wins from Real Savvy. A chauffeur to Court Speeding from Roi Soleil, and then Lazio last, Forester's Fortune. 1-4-28. Opening quarter in 22 and 2, a half 45 and 3 and 57 and 3 for 5/8. The time 1:4:28. To the winner, Split Strike. 1 is second, Real Savvy. A photo for third, a show photo.
He's such a champ, eh? Ricky, Wayne, you guys do a great job. Thank you.
Such a champ.
This was such a champ.
It is Split Strike back to the winners list for what is now a 5th career success. A model of consistency, entire campaign here at Woodbine, and the 3 starts since Gulfstream has had a win, a second, a third, and now another victory. And it is Tara Nagel winning trainer, Canada West Racing winning owners, Ryan Munger taking Split Strike to the victory. The Bay Gelding is 5 by Golden Sense from Split Time and was bred in New York by TJC Racing Stable. And that is the second favorite getting the money, Split Strike. So going back to the TIC Racing Stable, bred the winner, and Split Strike is now an official winner as the prices will be up shortly. A return of $6.20 for Split Strike. Jeff's top selection did come in good style there, 320 and 260. And if you had number 6 caught speeding to show, $5 even. The exact 2-1, $20.40. And the try, 216, $106.25. The super number 3 was 4th, $278.90. The double, 5 into 2, $27.50. Swinger 1-2, $245. 265.90 and 1355. Show photo. Off their race course, speeding, won the start. Coming fast for the lead is Split Strike, and on their inside, driving is Real Savvy. They came away by a couple of lengths, and going up on the outside to 4th is Lazio. In the early stages, getting back to the tail of Forester's Fortune and Soleil on the inside, and going out in front, bowling along well, is Real Savvy. Out by a length to Split Strike. A couple away in third is Court Speeding, and another length and a half to Lazio. Well behind them both, Forester's Fortune and Soleil on the inside. 3/8 left to run. Real Savvy by 3/4, almost a length again. Split Strike in second, and 2 lengths away, Court Speeding. Lazio. Soleil starting to pump home on the outside, coming to the 3 wide path, and 4 wide Forester's Fortune. Down the stretch in front, Real Savvy and Split Strike. Trying to run them down. Out wide of the track is Soleil is coming home within the centre, Lazio. And on the inside, Court Speeding. Narrowly in front, Real Savvy, Split Strike, and then Soleil. Split Strike just the leader. Real Savvy kicking back on the inside. Split Strike to the wire. Neck in front, wins from Real Savvy. A chauffeur to Court Speeding from Soleil, and then Lazio last, Forester's Fortune. 1/4/28. And there is the finish order. On to the jackpot power pick 6, first leg coming up, and the carry is $15,253.96. It's race 3 of the day. 4 Remarkably Human is 3 over. We're 23 minutes away.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
When I think New Holland, the first word that would come to my mind, I would think success. I think without it, for me, the success isn't there.
Whenever you deal with somebody so long and they take care of you, you remember that.
New Holland builds products that will continue to evolve and make the farmer more efficient, that can produce food for the world.
If whiskey could talk, Johnny Walker Black Label would sing with notes of sweet, smooth coffee, rich fruit, and a touch of smoke. Tastes as good as it sounds.
This summer, experience the thrill of Canada's biggest race day. The King's Plate, Canada's most prestigious horse racing event, where elegance meets excitement and tradition meets celebration. Tickets on sale now at kingsplate.com.
For a bungalow, yeah, but 200 grand.
Race number 3 coming up in about 18 minutes from now, as we just saw Split Strike get the victory at odds of 2-1. Now a 3-time winner so far this year, and Ryan Munger aboard for conditioner Tara Nigel. So well done to the team there. Before we take a look at the field for race number 3, just want to wish one of our co-workers a very happy birthday today, Mr. Aaron Skilton, turning the big 3-0. Man, I turned 30 a long time ago. Aaron, one of the hardest working guys here at Woodbine, does a great job. On behalf of all of us here at Woodbine, happy birthday. And Aaron is a diehard Leaf fan, and this is our year, my man. We are going to get the Stanley Cup this season. Race 3 will be at 1 mile and an eighth, an optional 40. Non-winners of 3 races lifetime, 3-year-olds and up. And here's a look at Woodbine Diamonds. Comes off not a bad run last time out. Comes to the same race as Sprung Loose, as a matter of fact. And that is, to me, one of the best races I have ever seen this guy run. He got a good speed figure in the process as well. He got a 75. He made the lead. He couldn't quite sustain it, but for his own merit, he ran very, very well. Now we're going to stretch things out. I'm not too worried about that. It's, can he put consecutive big races together? I think he can. I think he's a bit of an overlay myself right now at that 8-1 quote. I prefer others in this race, but I would not be surprised if he was able to do a little bit of damage in here. I'm going to land on the number 2, this being Sprung Loose, mainly because the drop with Hammerhead worries me a little bit too much. There's a look at Sprung Loose. And Sprung Loose is just checking out the puddles out there. And for his first start of the season, he ran a terrific race. He got delayed a little bit, I thought, and then he came back on, and he was able to have that late rally to finish in the second place position. The only thing that kind of worries me a little bit is that's the same thing with the one Woodbine Diamond, is that winner was moving up from 15 to face 40,000 claimers. So that was a big, big move up in class. So does that race really have some strong merit to it, or is that something we should be worried about? So I'm going to be on the glass half full side of things and say the race hopefully does have some merit to it. And if he needed that last start, he should be right there in the mix of things late. And the 3 is going to get a lot of money in here. And so I think this is kind of a nice alternative if you want to go in the direction of a Sprung Loose in here. It doesn't maybe have as many questions as, say, like a Hammerhead's got in this field. Let's now get to Hammerhead, a stakes winner in his career. He won the valedictory last season. When he won the valedictory last year, he made this big middle run down the backside to Lumen contention, and he was able to win by a length on that day over Jokestar. He's had a bit of a tougher go, though, so far this season. I think ideally they'd love to go on, marathon type of events, so that the 9 furlongs, if anything, is going to help him as opposed to a mile and a 16th. But the drop worries me a little bit. So why are we now all of a sudden in for 40? That is what worries me a tad with him. I guess maybe the connections are looking at it and saying, you know what, there's not a lot of long-distance races for him. He's just not quite at stakes caliber right now at this portion of his career, so let's try to go in for 40 and see if we can get all the cookies at the 6-5 quote. He certainly is the best horse in the race. It's just his current status is a bit of a question mark. The 4 is Remarkably Human. Now, he's in a way tougher spot here today, but the barn's going good right now. That's encouraging. He wrapped up last season with a victory against non-winners of 3, and he won easily on that day. And they've really taken their time bringing him along, and he's just now making it back to the races in here. And they're going to take advantage of the smaller field in this spot. And you would think riding him for 40, there's no danger of them losing the horse here today. So they're going to get that tightener under their belt, and if things kind of go your way, you might be able to pick up a major portion of the prize in here. He's 10-1 right now, and he would be a surprise for me. Cash the Money is the number 5, and he was perfectly marketed last time out. I think 40 is the absolute sweet spot for this guy. He won. He was confidently handled. He made a couple of different moves in that race. He's very easy to get involved in a race too. He's not afraid to kind of get involved early on, which I like. And I just thought Hernandez rode with a lot of confidence in that most recent race. That was for 49 too. They're going to go right back in for 40 here today and just face non-winners of 3 and see if maybe they can't double things up or not. I would not be surprised. And, I think deservedly so is the second choice right now with that 9-5 quotation. But I'm going to go towards, as my top pick, the 2, that being Sprung Loose. Don't mind the number we're getting right now either, currently at odds of 7-2. It's the 3rd as we get set to wrap up the first pick 3 of the day, coming up next.
Rider changes race 4 and 5 with Sahin Savachi out of action today for the remainder of the program. Race 4, number 5, How's It Going, Owen. Fraser Abley will have the ride. Race 5, number 3, Tis the Power, Jeffrey Alderson. That's race 4, number 5, How's It Going, Owen. Fraser Abley. Race 5, 3, Tis the Power, Jeffrey Alderson. The updates with Sahin Savachi out of action for today's remaining races.
It's not raining. How you doing? All good. It'd be better on a bigger.
Call to post race 3, and we come to race 3 as the start today of the Jackpot Power Pick 6. Carryover is $15,253.96. For Remarkably Human is +3. They're going a mile and an eighth on the main track, an optional claiming race. They're 3 and up, non-winners of 3, or non-winners from the Ontario side allowance, and they're headed to the post parade 7 minutes away. In the post parade, here is the field number 1, Mohayman Diamond, with Daisuke Fukumoto, the rider, is raced and trained by Chetra Mohabir. Number 2, Sprung Loose, for owner-trainer Kyle Sharman and the rider Jeffrey Alderson. Number 3, Hammerhead, for Gold Square LLC and trained by Kevin Attard, with the ride is Romero Mirage. For Remarkably Human, Christoph Douglas is the rider for Jelko Krishma and Shalini Goal. And 5, Cash the Money, in the barn of Mark Cassie for M Racing Group LLC. Rafael Hernandez is the rider. Post time in 5 minutes. Three minutes left to place your bets. 3 minutes. On post time, they're being called forward. Mohamed Diamond being led to the line, the first to go along. The race favourite currently at 6-5. Hammerhead 9-5. Cash the Money. They dominate the betting, and 3-1. Sprung Loose. Going in next, Sprung Loose. And the field going the mile and an eighth. It is the turn of Hammerhead. Remarkably Human to gate 4. And Cash the Money has the outside gate, a last start winner. And the field waits for Cash the Money. And they are set to run. They're all in and locked up. Off their race. Starter got them out as one. Sprung Loose away well, going up to hit the front early. Cash the Money. Hammerhead coming through in the centre. And at the tail of affairs are both Mohamed Diamond and Remarkably Human. And floating across toward the rail, it is Cash the Money. And with the head on the side there is Sprung Loose. A reaction from Mohamed Diamond in behind. And yeah, short fields don't ensure that there's always no traffic. And as they come out the stretch, out in front by about a half a length, Cash the Money. Hammerhead second, Sprung Loose third, Remarkably Human fourth, and a length and a half to Mohamed Diamond. But clearing away, it is Cash the Money, who's travelled very sweetly in the early part. Over length to Hammerhead, keeping tabs. Back to third, Sprung Loose, a length and a half, Remarkably Human. And a half away last is Mohamed Diamond. As they go through what has been a first quarter in 25-3. And still out in front, Cash the Money, but Hammerhead is edging up to put a little bit of pressure on. A length behind them, Sprung Loose, and two to Remarkably Human. And on the inside is Mohamed Diamond, but sprinting off a bit now, Cash the Money. And mixing up the tempo by over a length, Hammerhead stays right in range. So does Sprung Loose, and two to Remarkably Human. Second last, trying to quicken, is Mohamed Diamond. They race off the turn, 3.5 to run. Cash the Money's lead now, 2 lengths to Hammerhead. Coming back forward as they start the run down the side, a length and a half behind, and on the inside, Sprung Loose. And behind them, Remarkably Human making ground. Last is Mohamed Diamond. Hammerhead's pushing hard, Cash the Money in front. 3/4, Hammerhead having its ears scrubbed off in second. A length away, Sprung Loose as they corner, looking dangerous, and Sprung Loose has a chance to come up the rail. Out in front, that close, Cash the Money in front. Now Sprung Loose off the inside. Hammerhead sticking on, and in front, Cash the Money. Coming fast is on the outside, Sprung Loose, but Cash the Money bounding on. Sprung Loose out wider on the track, and Cash the Money, yep, you're going to do that again. Cash the Money, never ever a problem, every step a winning one. Sprung Loose second, Hammerhead third, Mohamed Diamond fourth, and last, Remarkably Human. 151.54. The numbers of 5, 2, 3, 1. The winner is 5, Cash the Money. Second is number 2, Sprung Loose. And third, 3, Hammerhead. 1 is fourth, Mohamed Diamond. The first quarter, 25-3. The half a mile, 50-4. And 3/4, 1:14-3. The mile up in 1:39. The time, 1:51.54. Another impressive display by Cash the Money has gone wire to wire, and congrats to M Racing Group LLC and to Rafael Hernandez. He goes on to another win with Cash the Money, as does Mark Cassie and Gainesway Thoroughbreds Limited, who bred the winner in Kentucky. The Bay 4-year-old gelding is now 3-time winner by Gunrunner from Money Huntress, Cash the Money. Those numbers are official, the prices to follow. And a good return for Cash the Money, $7.20 for the win, $4.20 to place and $2.20 to show. Number 2 Sprung Loose, $4.60 and $2.30. That exacted $26.30. Trifecta 523, $32.60. Number 1, fourth in the Super, $59.80. The double 2-5, $28.40. In the pick 3, 525, $50.50. Swinger 2-5, $2.35. 3-5, $1.40. 2-3, $1.95. Payouts on race 3. Off their race. Starter got them out as 1. Sprung Loose away well, going up to hit the front early. Cash the Money, Hammerhead coming through in the centre. And at the tail of affairs are both Mohayman Diamond and Remarkably Human. And floating across toward the rail, it is Cash the Money. And with the head on the side there is Sprung Loose. A reaction from Mohayman Diamond in behind. And yeah, short fields don't ensure that there's always no traffic. And as they come out the stretch, out in front by about a half a length, Cash the Money. Hammerhead second, Sprung Loose third, Remarkably Human fourth, and a length and a half to Mohayman Diamond. But clearing away, it is Cash the Money, who's travelled very sweetly in the early part. Over length to Hammerhead, keeping tabs. Back to third, Sprung Loose, a length and a half, Remarkably Human, and a half away last is Mohayman Diamond. As they go through what has been a first quarter in 25 and 3, and still out in front, Cash the Money, but Hammerhead is edging up to put a little bit of pressure on. A length behind them, Sprung Loose, and 2 to Remarkably Human, and on the inside is Mohayman Diamond, but sprinting off a bit now, Cash the Money, and mixing up the tempo by over a length. Hammerhead stays right in range. So does Sprung Loose, and 2 to Remarkably Human. Second last, trying to quicken, is Mohayman Diamond. They race off the turn, 3.5 to run. Cash the Money's lead now, 2 lengths to Hammerhead. Coming back forward as they start the run down the side, a length and a half behind, and on the inside, Sprung Loose. and behind them Remarkably Human making ground. Last is Mohamed Diamond. Hammerhead's pushing hard. Cash the Money in front. 3/4. Hammerhead having its ears scrubbed off in second. A length away Sprung Loose as they corner, looking dangerous, and Sprung Loose has a chance to come up the rail. Out in front, that close. Cash the Money in front. Now Sprung Loose off the inside. Hammerhead sticking on, and in front Cash the Money. Coming fast is on the outside Sprung Loose, but Cash the Money bounding on. Sprung Loose out wider on the track, and Cash the Money, yep, you're gonna do that again. Cash the Money, never ever a problem, every step a winning one. Sprung Loose second, Hammerhead third, Mohamed Diamond fourth, and last Remarkably Human. 151.54. And there's a look at the finish order. As we're off the turf, we do have in this race on the main track a distance change to 5 1/2 furlongs for the fourth, and the rider of 5. How's it going, Owen? Fraser Abley, 21 minutes away. Who will take the crown? The King's Plate, Saturday, August 15th at Woodbine Racetrack. Fashion, food, music, and the thunder of the track. Grab your tickets from only $35 at kingsplate.com and rule the day.
Nice rating job on the front end by Rafael Hernandez. Support cash the money at 5-2. Second choice delivers there to wrap up the first pick 3 of the day. As we now fast forward to start off the pick 4. Fourth race will be at 5.5 furlongs now on the main track. Field of 7, this race was scheduled for turf, but now been moved over to the main track because of all the rain that we've had so far today. Forever Frosty was a first-time starter that really impressed me the first time that he ran. This was back on July the 6th. And he was in a long-distance race at a mile around 2 turns. And watch the move he's going to make right here. This was eye-opening, to say the least. Right now we passed 2. Now we're about to pass everybody in here, as a matter of fact. You know, for a first-time starter with the rail position where it was on this day, that's a bit of a challenge because we're all the way out lane 4. A little bit green right there, kind of laying it a little bit down the lane. Now we get to the front, and it looks as if, you know, Forever Frosty's home and cooled out. But here now comes Brett Angel, who's going to get all the money. And Brett Angel was moving up in class for this performance and does show that experience does pay off. But, you know, for a first-time starter, I think they had to be very, very happy with how Forever Frosty ran back on July the 6th. Now, they're going to make a bit of an interesting move here with this horse, going from a mile to run in a 5.5 furlong event. Let's start off our look, though, with the one, this being Smoking Empire. I really want to see this horse on turf. The mares produced a couple of turf winners, so I can see why they entered for turf, hoping that they were going to get a chance to race on it. But unfortunately, that's going to have to come back and have to happen another day. But if you look back at what this one did back on April the 18th, that was a pretty good run when finishing 3rd. And then last time the horse ran, that was just too tough of a field. I mean, lost to Burketto and Mr. Blue on that day, and Smoking Empire wasn't quite able to be at his best. Now, since that last start on May the 10th, he worked on June the 5th and then didn't work again until July the 5th. So there's a bit of a gap in the horse's work tab. But now we've had 3 works on a fairly consistent basis in here. And we'll start from the inside portion of the gate here today, going 5.5 furlongs. I know that Robert likes the horse, and I've got this one second in my selections. Forever Frosty is the 2. What a move, as we showed you during the pregame show and moments ago. You know, for that first-time starter, that was something to say the least. But this is a whole different ballgame now because that's a mile turf race, and now we're going just 5.5 furlongs on the all-weather surface. So this is almost like a fresh start to this horse's career almost. You know, it's just it's tough, really, really tough. And it's a tough move for any horse to go from a mile to 5.5 furlongs, let alone, you know, an inexperienced horse like this. But if you're looking for like just a raw, talented horse, this is it. This horse does have a great deal of talent, and hopefully it is on display here today. Loan is number 3. Kristen Cole will send out this one. Going to get a new rider here today. So this horse is just now making it to the races. If you look at the work tab, very, very strong moves coming in. You know, the times are very, very quick getting ready for this engagement here today. And we did see speed with this horse on consecutive occasions last season. So I'm expecting some pretty good speed from this one yet again in here. Loan, I don't know how good the horse is, I guess. That's why I'm kind of on the fence, because you know, those first 2 starts in against me, an optional 40,000 claiming competition. Now we're in against Maine Special Weight Company. So I'm probably going to wait for this horse to get into a bit of an easier spot myself. Number 4 is Slayster. This is a 4-year-old, first-time starter. By the late Spitester, out of a mare that won on a couple of different occasions on her career. And those victories taking place on the turf. They've actually worked this horse a lot on the grass as well. So unfortunately, they're going to have to debut this one on the main track here today. You know, kind of lukewarm, I would say, right now on the board. And not taking an overabundance of support. So the mare was more of a stamina type, whereas you get some sprinty-ish side of things on the top side of the pedigree in here. Good looking horse, as you can see right there. I wonder what the delay has been to make the horses, you know, make us wait so long to get this horse to the races. But finally we have made it to the races here today. And this is where we find Jalon Samuel off his big stakes win last weekend. How's it going, Owen? Is the number 5. Very, very, very good speed last time out. Horse had a 5 likely at the top of the stretch, only to get picked off late by a horse that I think's got a lot of upside, that being Skull. And if we can slow it down just a tad here up front here today, I don't think the 5.5 furlongs is going to be a problem at all. I'm expecting very good speed with this horse. I think it's a nice little pickup mount for Fraser Abley as well. So Ian Savacci not going to ride the remainder of the day with us here at Woodbine. So it's pretty safe to say what the game plan is with this horse. It's going to be catch me if you can. And I don't know if anybody's going to catch. How's it going, Owen? 6 is Au Contraire. And here's a look at Au Contraire. Beautiful, beautiful animal. And at one time, you know, there were high expectations placed on this guy's shoulders. But it's just not quite panned out for whatever reason. And this is one that they purchased out of a digital sale back in 2024. They finally made it to the races in June, and that didn't go very well. But this horse comes from a really, really good family. And the mare was a very good one, too. So I don't know. The horse's current status is obviously a bit of a question mark coming into this race because that comeback race was not all that great. And Fly On By is number 7. And Fly On By's last starts was an against Humor Me a Story. And that one came back to win against stakes competition the other day. So that's a great frame of reference. This horse finished second on that occasion. Only lost by about 3/4 of a length. Easily the best race that he has ever run. And I think he's probably too big of a price right now. And what I loved about his last start as well, too, was just how he just seemed to relax nicely in that last spot. And come crunch time when the rider asked the horse to go, he finished off really well, and he just got picked off by that horse with the Dixon outfit, and unfortunately did have to settle for the second place position. Now that was for 40. Now we're in against Maine Specialweight companies. The waters do get a little bit deeper here today. I don't think it's a very salty Maine Specialweight race by any means, but it is still a move up in class nonetheless. 4th race at 5.5 furlongs now on the main track. I'll go 5, 1, 7, and 2. How's it going, Owen? It's going to be my top pick here in the 4th. Good luck with how you see it.
A little bit. Yeah? I'm not too tall, so I need to help myself.
Call to post as we come to race 4-5. How's it going, Owen? The rider Fraser Abley. Off the turf, meaning not just a main track switch, it's also a distance switch. We're going to run on the main track at 5 1/2 furlongs. This race is a maiden allowance, and 3-year-olds and up compete. 8 minutes to the 4th. Here is the field in the post parade. Race 4, number 1, Smokin' Empire, with Rafael Hernandez for Mark Cassie and owned by Manfred and Penny Conrad. Number 2, Forever Frosty, with Jose Campos, the rider, owned by Tequesta Racing Incorporated and Julie McNiven in the barn of Hannah Sprenger. 3 is Lohan for owner Ray D. Singh and trainer Krista Cole with Romero Mirage. Sainsbury Farms Incorporated with 4, Slayster, Mike DiPaolo, trainer, and the rider Jalon Samuel. 5, How's It Going, Owen? Fraser Abley, the rider, for Hanno Sprenger, and owned by Enza Armada and Tequesta Racing Incorporated. Number 6 is Au Contraire, in the barn of Santino DiPaolo, owned by Mario Giorgio and Santino DiPaolo, with David Moran. And number 7, Fly On By, trained by Mike DiPaolo for William Churley with Pietro Moran. Post time in 5 minutes. They'll go 5 1/2 furlongs on the main track. Three minutes to a start. 3 minutes. And the rider is out the saddle for Fly On By with a saddle adjustment to horse number 7. They are headed back to the start. The race favourite is number 1, Smoke and Empire, 8-5. 3-1, number 7, Fly On By. 9-2 for both Forever Frosty. And now 5-1, as well as How's It Goin' Owen and Lohan. Moving up for a start to the rail, Smoke and Empire. Going forward is Slayster. Stablemate in the race to Fly On By. A first-time starter, Slayster has gone in for Ever Frosty. His stablemate to How's It Goin' Owen, and they come up for Ever Frosty. Into gate number 2. Further out is the grey Au Contraire. Lohan is on the move toward the line and still out Fly On By. Au Contraire being placed into the line and has settled. It is Lohan into gate 3. And the last along Fly On By, stand by for a start. They're ready to run. Often racing and a good start out wide for Fly On By, and dipping a bit with Slayster, and back to last is Forever Frosty, and Smoke and Empire is well back, and shooting for the leaders. Lohan drives up on the inside with How's It Goin' Owen, and they've run away. Raced out by about 5-6 lengths to Fly On By, and going through on the inside is Smoke and Empire, and they are really putting on in the accelerator here early. It's on the inside, Lohan, a neck in front of How's It Goin' Owen by 5 or 6 lengths. Sharing third, Fly On By and Smoke and Empire. Slayster making ground a distance away, Au Contraire and Forever Frosty on the inside. Well spaced out this field, and neck and neck, Lohan on the inside of How's It Goin' Owen. 4 to Fly On By. On the inside, Smoke and Empire. Out wide is Slayster, Forever Frosty making ground, top of the stretch, and Lohan slipped right away. Lohan by 3 lengths. Trying to get home is on the outside, Slayster, and is doing that. Slayster coming fast, and the first time starter a threat here. Slayster ranges up to Lohan and is going to hit the front here and come away, and Slayster has got a neck in front and does enough to win by a half a length. From in second, Lohan, 3 away Smoke and Empire. And then a photo for Ever Frosty in the center was Fly On By. And then How's It Goin' Owen and Au Contraire, 1-5-42. The winner is number 4, Slayster, first time starter over 3, Lohan, 1, Smoke and Empire, and a photo for 4th, 4.31 and a photo the first quarter in 21 and 4, a half mile, 45 and 2, 5/8 up in 58 and 2, the time for the race, 1:5:42. And 4th is 2, Forever Frosty. The numbers are 4, 3, 1, 2.
Told you, buddy. Told you. Told ya.
And it is Slayster, a 4-year-old. Congrats to the team of Mike DiPolo as Slayster for Sainsbury Farms Incorporated, who bred the winner, raced the winner. Goes on to score for Geelong Samuel at terrific odds, and the Bay Colt 4 by Speightster from Makasupa was most impressive. Slayster, the winner. And that result has gone official, and it'll be a very nice return too for Slayster. Prices coming up. And it is $56.70 as the win payout. $27.30 to place, $11.10 to show. 3 Lohan, $6.70, $3.70. And number 1, Smoke and Empire, $2.80. The exacta, 4-3, $392.60. The trifecta, $573.60. 4-3-1-2 Super paid $1,505.35. The 5-4 double, $222.30. 2-5-4 pick 3, $411.45. The 3-4 swinger, $17.65. 1-4, $9.95. 1-3, $5.15. The 4th race payouts. Fourth place photo. They're ready to run. Often racing and a good start out wide for Fly On By, and dipping a bit with Sladester, and back to last is Forever Frosty, and Smoke and Empire is well back, and shooting for the leaders. Lohan drives up on the inside with How's It Going On, and they've run away. Raced out by about 5-6 lengths to Fly On By, and going through on the inside is Smoke and Empire, and they are really putting on in the accelerator here early. It's on the inside, Lohan, a neck in front of How's It Going On by 5 or 6 lengths. Sharing third, Fly On By and Smoke and Empire. Sladester making ground a distance away, Au Contraire and Forever Frosty on the inside. Well spaced out this field, and neck and neck, Lohan on the inside of How's It Going On. 4 to Fly On By. On the inside, Smoke and Empire. Out wide is Sladester, Forever Frosty making ground, top of the stretch, and Lohan slipped right away. Lohan by 3 lengths. Trying to get home is on the outside, Sladester, and is doing that. Sladester coming fast, and the first time starter a threat here. Sladester ranges up to Lohan and is going to hit the front here and come away, and Sladester has got a neck in front and does enough to win by a half a length. From in second, Lohan, 3 away Smoke and Empire. And then a photo for Forever Frosty in the center was Fly On By. And then How's It Going On, and Au Contraire, 1:5:42. A look at the finish order. On to race 5, and number 3, 'Tis the Power. The rider is Jeffrey Alderson, and he'll be a pound over. Post time in 21 minutes for the 5th.
Well, well, well. Biggest price on the tote board moments ago here at Woodbine as Slayster at 27 to 1 was worth the wait. Never made to the races at the age of 2 or at the age of 3, but the age of 4, a winner right off the bat. As now we look ahead to the 5th, going 9 furlongs, the main optional 25,000 claimer, field of 6 for you to choose from in here. And here's a look at one that's going to be experimenting today. And this is Mr. Perfect. And Mr. Perfect is an Old Forester. Traditionally, with the Old Foresters, you think more of a sprinty type of stallion. But he got the odd horse back in the day that was able to go around 2 turns. The mare herself has produced 2 route starters, none of which have won. The mare's lone victory took place at 8 furlongs. I'm expecting some pretty good speed from this horse here today. And I wonder if Baudry is just going to put the horse right onto the point and say, catch me if you can. I'm curious to see how this experiment does unfold, but certainly the betting public enthusiastic about this one's chances at the 2-to-1 price tag. The number 2 is Fog Duro. He had the race won last time out, and here comes Hot Potato from nowhere to nail this horse desperately late. Now, that was just for 10. Now, all of a sudden, we're in for 25,000, so the waters do get considerably deeper. But I don't blame the connections for taking a shot in here. I mean, the field's come up light from a numbers point of view. There's no guarantee a 10 will go next time out, so you got to go where you think the races are going to go. So that's exactly what they're doing here with this one. And the last start, that's just the way he runs. He ran his typical race, and he unfortunately for him, he just got beat. This is going to be start number 13 for him here in this race, and he's going to run it the same type of race I would think. I think he's one of the key contenders in this spot. I know that Ron Garrick of the Racing Form has made this one his best bet of the day. Tis the Power is the number 3 for conditioner Mike Mattini. Mike won a race yesterday with a second-time starter. And note the rider change to Jeffrey Alderson with Tis the Power here. Savachi rode last time out, went on the turf, and Holy Rambo won on that day back on July the 24th. The pace of that race really collapsed late, and unfortunately Tis the Power wasn't able to really capitalize. The turf race, I didn't love all that much. The race that I really liked that this guy ran was his first start of the campaign, in which he finished a very good third. But he's a little bit sporadic in his form, but it is interesting to point out that his 2 best races have come when going long on the main track, and he will be going long on the main track yet again here today. The number 4 is Peach Cricket. This is one of 2 in the race for conditioner Ted Holder. 2 starts ago on June the 5th, they were on the inside turf course, second best. That was a good run because a Lady on the Nile won on that day. Has since come back to win yet again and is really in a great frame of mind right now. Absolutely no shame in losing to that one. I think the way the race unfolded last time out didn't help out Beach Cricket, just sort of wide throughout. But still, she ran okay when finishing the 4th place spot. She is a filly taking on the boys in here, so that makes things a little bit tougher. Fronts are on as per usual with her. How does she handle the main track? Is she as good on the main track? I think she's better on the main track than she is on the turf. So I like the surface change for her here in this spot. Grand Ghost is the number 5. The other Ted Holder horse in this race really hasn't shown a ton to this point, so I like the drop down to try to get into a bit of an easier race, but just haven't seen all that much to get me all that excited with this one. I did work on July the 26th, the work that we showed earlier on today in 102 and 4. And I'm going to take a shot with a horse that's cold right now on the board, and this is Stormy Cloud. You look at the pedigree with this one. This horse is bred to go 2 turns. The mare has produced 1 bad boy who won the plate, a half to another horse that did well going around 2 turns. That was a stakes horse, that being Miss Bad Behavior. And the mare herself had success going around 2 turns. She has shown a little bit of ability, or he has rather, this horse. But not been able to really deliver to this point. But maybe he's a bit of a wake-up prospect in this field. Why not take a shot? Small fields, I'm going to give it a go in here with the 6 right now at 7 to 1. 5th race, we'll start off the back half of the card. We're going to go 9 furlongs in here. Hopefully you're alive in the pick 4s and the pick 6s and the pick 5s, because all of a sudden, with Slayer winning, they're paying massive. Elise is with me with Stormy Cloud coming up here in race number 5. It's the 5th and 13.
Heading to the post-parade race 5 at the mile and an eighth, and 'Tis the Power's rider, Jeffrey Alderson, a pound over. The maiden optional claiming race coming up for 3-year-olds and up, 7 minutes. Here is the field in the post-parade. Number 1 is Mr. Perfect, who's trained by Harold Ladder for Kirk Sutherland, with Praven Badry. Number 2, Fog de Oro, Gerald Julius the owner, Devin Gittins the trainer, the rider is Kevin Nichols. 3 is 'Tis the Power for Mike Mattini, Stacey Van Camp and Jeffrey Alderson. Tedston Holder sending out for Beach Cricket for Steve Samaru with Fraser Abley. And number 5, Grand Ghost from the same barn of Tedston Holder for Hesty Sport Incorporated with Luis Contreras. Colebrook Farms with number 6, Stormy Cloud, trainer Patrick Dixon and the rider Pietro Morin. Post time in 6 minutes. Just under 3 minutes. being called up for a start, and to the rail, Mr. Perfect is coming forward for Praven Badri and is at 3-1. Fog de Oro is at 3-1. 2-1, Beach Cricket, 3-1, Stormy Cloud. A very undecided betting market as they load. Going in first, Mr. Perfect is now being joined by Fog de Oro. They're going 1 mile and an eighth. Next to the line is Tis the Power. And taking the ride here is Jeffrey Alderson. To gate number 4 is Beach Cricket. The next two to come up are from the barn of Teston Holder. Beach Cricket has gone in. Grand Ghost to gate 5. Outside gate, Stormy Cloud. Stand by for a start. Pietro Morin on Stormy Cloud. Moves up. And they're set to run. Tis the Power, a bit restless. Off they race, and best into stride, but bore out Stormy Cloud, and on the inside is Mr. Perfect. They're the top two as Stormy Cloud briskly goes up to put the head in front, and they come away by 2 lengths to Grand Ghost on the outside of Beach Cricket, and over on the rail, second last, Fog de Oro. Tis the Power is the early trailer. Stormy Cloud shows the way as they turn out the stretch and leads from in second. Mr. Perfect on the inside, pushing right up. A couple away in third place in Grand Ghost, covering some ground. And on the inside is Fog de Oro, Beach Cricket the setter. And off the rail now to the outside goes Tis the Power. They're in pairs and 3 sets of them, but Stormy Cloud now breaking away again from Mr. Perfect and leads by almost 2 lengths. A couple away is Grand Ghost. Fog de Oro the inside, 1.5 lengths, Beach Cricket travelling nicely, and 2 lengths away last is Tis the Power. Up the back stretch, and it is Stormy Cloud in front by 3/4, now a half, and coming up on the outside is in second. Mr. Perfect, every time challenged, has kicked on in front, Stormy Cloud. Grand goes third. Fog de Oro is tracking in fourth, a length to Beach Cricket, asked to make some moves now, and last of all is Tis the Power. They race off inside the 3.5. The half went in 48 3. Stormy Cloud continues on, pushing for the first time. In second is Mr. Perfect. On the rails, Fog de Oro gaining some ground. Grand Ghost the outer, Beach Cricket coming up in the centre. Last is the Power, and Stormy Cloud continues to find out by almost 2 to Mr. Perfect. Trying to get through the pack now. Beach Cricket is rolling on the outside of Fog de Oro as they come for the lane, and Stormy Cloud, the one to run down by 3 lengths. Beach Cricket coming home right down the centre of the track. Battling away is Mr. Perfect. Stormy Cloud's lead is about 3 lengths. Beach Cricket's got some wriggle on here. Oh, Beach Cricket is certainly going to try and hit a 6 as they come down to the wire. And Beach Cricket on the outside of Stormy Cloud ranges up. And Beach Cricket is going to win. Put to the test. Test Cricket. Beach Cricket is a winner. 2 lengths Stormy Cloud. Close for show between Fog de Oro and Mr. Perfect. Time is 1:53.01. The winner is 4 Beach Cricket, a first quarter of 24. And the half a mile time was 48 3. 3/4, 1:13 4. The mile, 1:39 2. And the time, 1:53.01. Four is first, Beach Cricket. 6 is second, Stormy Cloud, and a photo for show. Two is third, Fog de Oro. Fourth is 1, Mr. Perfect. 4-6-2-1. And it is a breakthrough win for beach cricket. A nice performance, continuing the success of Fraser Abley at the meet, and Tedston Holder taking training honours with beach cricket. The winning owner is Steve Samaru, and this dark bay or brown 4-year-old filly is by Omaha Beach from In the Slips, beautifully named, and CEC Stables LP in Ontario bred the winner beach cricket, taking honours here today. Those numbers official on 4621. And the returns are in, as the return for number 4 beach cricket shows $8.30, $3.90 and $2.60 across the board. 6 Stormy Cloud, $5.10 and $3.20. 2 Fog de Oro, $2.70. The exacta, $29.40, and the try, $55.10. The super 4621, $96.10. The double 44, $331.10. The pick 3, 544. $414.50. In the swinger bets, 4-6, $395, 2-4, $280, 2-6, $335. They're the 5th race payouts. There's a look at the show photo. Power a bit restless. Off they race, and best into stride, but bore out Stormy Cloud, and on the inside is Mr. Perfect. They're the top two as Stormy Cloud briskly goes up to put the head in front, and they come away by 2 lengths to Grand Ghost on the outside of Beach Cricket, and over on the rail second last Fog de Oro. 'Tis the Power is the early trailer. Stormy Cloud shows the way as they turn out the stretch and leads from in second. Mr. Perfect on the inside, pushing right up. A couple away in third place in Grand Ghost, covering some ground. And on the inside is Fog de Oro, Beach Cricket the setter. And off the rail now to the outside goes 'Tis the Power. They're in pairs and 3 sets of them, but Stormy Cloud now breaking away again from Mr. Perfect and leads by almost 2 lengths. A couple away is Grand Ghost. Fog de Oro the inside, length and a half. Beach Cricket travelling nicely, and 2 lengths away last is Tis the Power. Up the backstretch, and it is Stormy Cloud in front by 3/4, now a half, and coming up on the outside is in second. Mr. Perfect, every time challenged, has kicked on in front. Stormy Cloud. Grand Ghost third. Fog de Oro is tracking in fourth. A length to Beach Cricket, asked to make some moves now, and last of all is Tis the Power. They race off inside the 3.5. The half went in 48 and 3. Stormy Cloud continues on. Pushing for the first time in second is Mr. Perfect. On the rails, Fog de Oro gaining some ground. Grand Ghost the outer. Beach Cricket coming up in the centre. Last is the Power. And Stormy Cloud continues to find. Out by almost 2 to Mr. Perfect. Trying to get through the pack now. Beach Cricket is rolling on the outside of Fog de Oro as they come for the lane. And Stormy Cloud, the one to run down by 3 lengths. Beach Cricket coming home right down the centre of the track. Battling away is Mr. Perfect. Stormy Cloud's lead is about 3 lengths. Beach Cricket's got some wriggle on here. Oh, Beach Cricket is certainly going to try and hit a 6 as they come down to the wire. And Beach Cricket on the outside of Stormy Cloud ranges up. And Beach Cricket is going to win. Put to the test. Test Cricket. Beach Cricket is a winner. 2 lengths Stormy Cloud. Close for show between Fog de Oro and Mr. Perfect. Time is 1:53.01. There's the look at the finish order, race 5. Off the turf, and this race has a distance change as well. As we come to the main track for the 6th race, the distance will be 1.25 miles. There are no changes. Post time is up in 19 minutes.
The filly beats the boys back in race number 5. Beach Cricket at 3-1. I know that Robert was quite a fan of hers today, and you got paid if you like that one at odds of 3-1. I had Stormy Cloud, who ran great, but just got a little bit lost on the front end of the top of the stretch and got picked off and finishes in the second place position. There's a look at the pick 5 Will Pace. The favorite in that wager is the number 2, that being One More Brew. We're going 1.25 miles on the main track now. This race was to be on turf. We're now at 1.25 miles on the main. And here's a look at Bowman's Run, who got up to win by a half a length last time out. It was a well-timed ride, and just really happy for the connections that they were able to get a victory with this horse, because he has proven to be a very nice claim. They took the horse for $25,000, ran well a couple times last season, whether it was for 40 or for 50, and then last time out for 40, they got the win. Now they get to protect the horse here in this race. Now, in terms of surfaces, which surface is he better on? I mean, you look at and you see that he's got both his wins on the turf, but I don't know if that's necessarily the case. The thing that I really like with him here in this spot is the distance, because I think he's a marathon type. I think he can run all day long, so he should be one that's going to have no problem with the distance here today of going 1.25 miles, not taking a ton of the support right now as he seeks career win number 3. One More Brew is the number 2, 6-5 right now. Quick comeback for this one. Ran back on July the 25th, right back in the entries in here. And he ran quite well last time out. That was on the turf, and he lost to Classical Dancer, and Classical Dancer had, just a perfect trip on that day and was able to pull off the upset. And this horse just ran at a racetrack and finished in second. He's got a lot of backclass, this guy has got. He's tried this distance in the past. He's run effectively at this distance in the past. In fact, he ran in some long-distance races a lot last season. Was in our turf, I don't know if it's still called the Turf Endurance Series or not, but the Stamina Series that we have for the turf horses at the back end of the season. And, he can definitely get the distance. There's no problem about that. He should get first run, I would think, at the potential pace setter here in this spot, and that's Coburg. I think Coburg's got a great shot to wire the field in here. And One More Brew, I think, is going to be one of the main dangers. I think a horse that's a little bit overmatched in here is the 3, this being Ninja Star, but I don't blame the connections for taking a shot at all. It's only a 5-horse field. You're going to get a part of a $125,000 check in here, so that's pretty good. And when the horse was last seen for just $15,000 at 1 mile and 16th, it was not a bad run. Ran okay when finishing the 3rd place spot, and I much prefer this horse on the main track than I do on the turf. That's not to say the horse can't win on turf. The horse has made actually a lot of money on the turf. But if you ask me personally which surface I think the horse is a little bit better on at this stage of his career, I like him a little bit better on the synthetic surface. Weather Green is the number 4. He's been a bit of a tough luck horse this season. It just seems like there's always traffic trouble or the race doesn't unfold nicely. And now you get the surface change. And I think the surface change hurts him considerably. I don't think he's nearly as good in the synthetic. In fact, more often than not, when this horse is entered on turf and it comes off, they scratch. And I think the reason why they haven't scratched in here is because of the fact it's a small field of 5. But his lone synthetic race was not very good. Now, that's only one try, but still it wasn't very good for whatever reason. But just the fact that, to me, they've tried to stay away from the surface, that throws a bit of a loop into things. And from a class point of view, he's been in all kinds of different classes. The lack of pace in this spot is a bit of a concern for him. But I don't think the distance is going to be a problem. I think he'll be just fine at the distance, but I just don't know if the flow of the race is really going to go his way. I like the 5 in here, this being Coburg. And interesting race he ran last time out because he set the pace, and then he got passed by Wembley Avenue, who made this big move to loom into contention. And then this horse came back on to beat that horse. And since then, Wembley Avenue came back to that race to win. So that's a real feather in the cap here for Coburg. And on paper, this is the speed of the race. And speed, when 1.25 miles, we've seen it time and time again in the plate, is so dangerous. This should be an all-out catch-me-if-you-can type of approach for Coburg coming up in race number 6. And I don't know if they'll catch him here today. 13 minutes away from race number 6, we take a look at some total performance data for the field here coming up in race 6.
Call to post for the upcoming 6th race, and this race now on the main track at 1.25 miles. An allowance optional claiming race, and the 3-year-olds and up are headed to the post parade. There are no changes. 8 minutes. In the post parade, here's the field. Race 6, number 1 is Bowman's Run with David Moran for James B. Watson and John LeBlanc Jr. Number 2 is One More Brew, who's trained by Stephen Chirkop for Jill Frost with Jose Campos. Number 3, Ninja Star, raced and trained by Stephen Chirkop. The rider is Christoph Douglas. 4 is Weller Green in the barn of Catherine Day Phillips for Kingfield Racing Stable Limited with Austin Adams. And 5, Coburg for Chiefswood Stables Limited, Sean Smullen and Pietro Moran. 6 minutes. Three minutes. Now they're coming around behind the start as they make their way to the 1.25 miles for the start of race 6 on the main track. The current favourite is Coburg, beautifully turned out, is at 8-5. 5-2 for One More Brew and Weller Green. First to go forward is Bowman's Run, coming off a last start victory. For David Moran has gone in. Next along is One More Brew. Did touch into favourite earlier, but is now second pick, currently equal second pick at 5-2. Joining the line is Ninja Star, who is the stablemate to One More Brew. They come forward next with Weller Green, who's got out to 3-1. The last along is the favourite Coburg. Down to 3-2. Pietro Moran completes the lineup. They're set to run. They stand well. Off their race. Starter caught them perfectly. Away nicely near the inside is One More Brew, sharing that early lead with Ninja Star. On the outside, Coburg. Just behind them, Weller Green, and taken back to the tail is Bowman's Run. Coburg coming forward on the outside to share the lead with One More Brew and puts the neck in front as they work the way down the stretch the first time. Ninja Star is in third. 2.5 to Weller Green is back second last, and 2 lengths away last is Bowman's Run, and guided across to the rail. Coburg in front and leads the way out the stretch. From in second, Ninja Star, and Coburg's lead now stretched to about 1.25 lengths. On the inside is One More Brew, followed by Weller Green, and the trailer is Bowman's Run. So controlling the pace of the race, Coburg. As they work towards the backstretch, it's Coburg a length to Ninja Star. Lying in third, One More Brew with the neck down, lobbing along. A length behind them, tracking in fourth is Weller Green, getting a little closer. And 2 lengths away last is Bowman's Run. The first half was 48-1, and showing the way, Coburg continues off the rail a little bit by a length. Ninja Star second. Third is One More Brew as they go inside the 5/8. A length and 3/4 Weller Green, and Bowman's Run is still last. About 5 lengths covers the pack, and Coburg continues to lead by about a length. Ninja Star at the half-mile second. One More Brew is third. Getting to move through now is Bowman's Run to share fourth with Weller Green the outside. Coburg starting to quicken as they go down into the 3/8 turn by a length and a half to Ninja Star. On the inside, One More Brew from Bowman's Run, and Weller Green now called upon as they sprint down inside the 5/16, and Coburg's leaders 2 lengths. In second placing, One More Brew. Bowman's Run is gaining ground on the inside. Weller Green's back last behind Ninja Star. Turning in front, Coburg. Coburg shows the way by about 2.5 lengths and dashed further ahead. One More Brew in second, then Bowman's Run coming to the outside, but Coburg left them standing as they go inside the furlong. And Coburg's lead is stretched to about 5 or 6, and this is a mighty big winner. And Coburg goes back to back and looks as good as gold. Coburg scores by 7 lengths. One More Brew second, Ninja Star third, then Bowman's Run, and Weller Green was last. The time for the race is 2:03.08. Number 5 is first, Coburg. Second is 2, One More Brew. And 3 is third, Ninja Star. Fourth was 1, Bowman's Run. Numbers of 5, 2, 3, 1. First quarter, 23-3. Half mile, 48-1. 3/4, 113-3. And the mile, 138-1. The time, 2:03.08. So it is 5 Coburg in a romp.
It, man. It.
So success here once again for this 3-year-old bay gelding in Coburg. Coburg is by Uncle Mo from Flowering Peach, and Rigney Racing LLC. Bred the winner in Kentucky, is owned by Chiefswood Stables Limited. The winning trainer Sean Smullen, and Pietro Moran with the winning ride on Coburg, going gate to wire. Coburg is now a 2-time winner. And it is official, $5.10 is the return. A very popular winner, Coburg. The return on the exacta, 5-2-17-30. Trifecta, 5-2-3-25-85. Number 1, fourth in the Super, 56-20. 4-5 double, 35-10. The pick 3, 4-4-5, $379.30. And the pick 5, 2-5, 4-4-5, $6,510.40. The swinger 2-5, $3, 3-5, $4.70, 2-3, $4.05. Payouts on the 6th race. They stand well. Off they race. Starter caught them perfectly. Away nicely near the inside is One More Brew, sharing that early lead with Ninja Star. On the outside, Coburg. Just behind them, Weller Green, and taken back to the tail is Bowman's Run. Coburg coming forward on the outside to share the lead with One More Brew, and puts the neck in front as they work the way down the stretch the first time. Ninja Star is in third. 2.5 to Weller Green is back second last, and 2 lengths away last is Bowman's Run, and guided across to the rail, Coburg in front, and leads the way out the stretch from in second, Ninja Star. And Coburg's lead now stretched to about 1.25 lengths. On the inside is One More Brew, followed by Weller Green, and the trailer is Bowman's Run. So controlling the pace of the race, Coburg. As they work towards the backstretch, it's Coburg a length to Ninja Star. Lying in third, One More Brew with the neck down, lobbing along. A length behind them, tracking in fourth is Weller Green, getting a little closer. And 2 lengths away last is Bowman's Run. The first half was 48-1, and showing the way, Coburg continues off the rail a little bit by a length. Ninja Star second. Third is One More Brew as they go inside the 5/8. 1.75 lengths, Weller Green, and Bowman's Run is still last. About 5 lengths covers the pack, and Coburg continues to lead by about a length. Ninja Star at the half-mile second. One More Brew is third. Getting to move through now is Bowman's Run to share fourth with Weller Green the outside. Coburg starting to quicken as they go down into the 3/8 turn by a length and a half to Ninja Star. On the inside, one more brew from Bowman's Run, and Wellagreen now called upon as they sprint down inside the 5/16, and Coburg's leaders 2 lengths. In second placing, one more brew. Bowman's Run is gaining ground on the inside. Wellagreen's back last behind Ninja Star. Turning in front, Coburg. Coburg shows the way by about 2.5 lengths and dashed further ahead. One more brew in second, then Bowman's Run coming to the outside, but Coburg left them standing as they go inside the furlong. And Coburg's leaders stretch to about 5 or 6, and this is a mighty big winner. And Coburg goes back to back and looks as good as gold. Coburg scores by 7 lengths. One more brew second, Ninja Star third, then Bowman's Run, and Wellagreen was last. The time for the race is 2:03.08. Look at the finish order. On to race 7. There are no changes starting the final double today. Post time is 20 minutes away.
Gate to wire win for Coburg back in race 6 to start off the late pick 3, as now we look ahead to race number 7, going 5.5 furlongs, main optional 40,000 claimer. And this one is for 3-year-olds and up. And we have a field of 6 going for that nice purse of $71,700. Silently vying for favoritism with Ateria. Here's a look at Silent Lee's most recent work. Worked in company with William T. That's a tough horse to work with. We're going to see William T. coming up a little bit later on today in race number 8. William T. is on the outside. On the inside is Silent Lee. So don't forget, you look at William T., he's a guy that was so highly thought of in his racing career early on. He ran the plate, and he's a one-time winner, whereas this horse on the inside has never won a race as of yet. So if you're keeping up, you're doing pretty well in a work like this, keeping up to William T. And that's exactly what Silent Lee is doing here at this point of the proceedings. Now, I do find a little bit interesting here today the rider choice that they're going to make with Silent Lee, because Christoph Douglas, I don't think has ever ridden for Donnie McRae, but he's going to get a chance here to pick up the mount with this one. But certainly, I mean, you know, from an experience point of view, the horse on the outside is just a little bit more experienced and a little bit more polished than what the inside horse is at this point of the proceedings. But here's a look at Silent Lee. So how did we get here? Well, this one ran last September. Wasn't a bad run. Finished in the 4th place spot. And then wrapped up last season with a very encouraging run with finishing in the 3rd place position and against Sir Falstaff. Now, what was in that race on that day? The bad news is that the 7th and 10th place finishers have come back to win, but they've had to drop to face 25,000 claimers. Silent Lee's work tab is a little bit sporadic too. The horse worked on May the 22nd and then didn't work again until July the 9th. So now we're on a bit more of a consistent type of basis in here today. So 3 works basically since that break. And we are going just 5.5 furlongs in here. Post position number 1 for Silent Lee. It did open up as the favorite and continues to take a lot of money at that 5-2 quote. The number 2 is Mr. Bean. And here's a look at Mr. Bean. This is a 4-year-old son of English Channel. Haven't seen much from this guy as of yet. The first start was going 7/8 on the main. Then they went around 2 turns on the turf at 7.5 furlongs. And now we're really going to back things up here today, going just 5.5 furlongs. So I haven't seen much to get me all that excited at this point. Hopefully the blinkers will make a world of difference. Mr. Steele is the number 3. You know what the game plan is with this guy more often than not? Show speed. And that might be the plan they're going to employ with this one yet again here today. Was second and against Jacinto back on June the 21st when setting the pace with Blackett. Now, when Munger took over last time out, I just don't know if the horse wasn't able to keep up going 5/8 on the turf. Don't forget those 5 furlong races on the turf. They're far faster races than the 5.5 furlong races we have here on the main track. So that might have led to the horse being a little bit further off the pace. But on paper, I don't think there's a ton of early speed in this race, and I think this one potentially could wire the field. I'm going to go towards the 4, and the Oscar goes to. There was a little bit of chatter when this horse ran first time out. If memory serves me correct, made it onto the clock report. And I like the horse, but what worried me last time out was just the post, because we're in lane 3 on the inside turf course. Then add into the equation, you're all the way stuck in post position number 9. I mean, this horse had to cover a ton of ground on that day. I just think today the setup could be a whole lot nicer here today for, and the Oscar goes to it. I'd love to see Juan Crawford get back in the winner's circle. He was involved in an incident last week. So, so far so good from a pre-race point of view, and not a bad number still at 4-1. Here's the 5 for Sharon Staccato. He immediately jumped onto the radar in his first career starts when he ran so well and against a very promising Cassie horse. And then finished 4th against Maine Special Weight Company. And then they did the right thing. They dropped the horse in class to face Ontario Sired optional 40 types. And the last start was pretty good when finishing in the 3rd place position. That was the same race that the 4 comes out of, as a matter of fact, that being, and the Oscar goes to. What does worry me a tad with this one is just starting to get to a bit of a cramped schedule, because this horse didn't make it to the race until May the 17th, so that's mid-May. So if my math is correct, we've got mid-May, June, July, and now beginning of August. So we'll say, I got to do this quickly in my head. That's a little bit of a challenge. So we'll say basically June, July. So basically in 2.5 months, this is going to be start number 5 now for this horse. That's a bit of a cramped schedule for me. But certainly it still seems like he's thriving at this point, and he is coming off a relatively good run, I would say, in that most recent race. Now we get to a first-time starter who's taking some money, and this is Rural Roots. And this is a reload first-timer, and this horse is actually from a really nice family. They didn't pay a ton of money for this horse back 2 sales ago, and this is a half to rapid test. And we just saw a rapid test race on yesterday's program, as a matter of fact. The mare was a 4-time winner, and she wanted a little bit more ground than just 5.5 furlongs. This horse does have some real size to him as well. His last work did take place on the train track in 59 and change, getting ready for this engagement here today. So 7-2 right now for Rural Roots, who, as I said, does have an older sibling that is quite talented in rapid tests. I'll take a shot, though, with the 6 being a horse to maybe keep an eye on next time out. I'm going to go towards the 4, who Robert has not used on his ticket. Robert's a fan of the Donnie McRae horses in this late double sequence. Silent Lee, as well as William T, but he's going to back himself up with some other options in the late double as well. He's put together a $9 ticket. It's race 7 coming up in about 12 minutes here from Woodbine.
Call to post. Race number 7 is the start of the final double today. 5 1/2 furlongs, a maiden optional claiming race. And headed out now are the 3-year-olds as the field is 8 minutes from a start. In the post parade, here is the field race 7, number 1, Silent Leaf, a La Huerta Incorporated. Don McRae, the trainer, the rider Christoph Douglas. Bruno Schickedans is the owner of number 2, Mr. Bean, who's trained by Kevin Whiteley. In the saddle is Jose Campos. 3 is Master Steel, with John Martini training for RCC Racing Stable Limited, and the jockey is Ryan Munger. Number 4, and the Oscar goes to Beverly Chubb is the trainer. Spring Farm Holdings Limited, Beverly Chubb, River Mead Stables, and Tim Orlando owners, jockey Juan Crawford. 5, a Terrier for Sharon Siccardo, owner-trainer, and jockey Leo Sales. 6 is Rural Roots, who's trained by Amanda Cameron. Zach Cameron is the owner. The rider is Jeffrey Alderson. The field is now 5 minutes from the start of the 7th race. Three minutes. on the way to the start. A check of the betting, and the favourite is currently Master Steel at 5-2. 3 horses at 3-1. Silent Lee, and the Oscar goes to and a Terrier. For the load, the first along will be Silent Lee, who's now gone out to 7-2. Rural Roots is 9-2, and the long shot is Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean just waiting as Silent Lee off the layoff comes up. It is Mr. Bean to gate 2. And Master Steel, the ride here for Brian Munger, goes into gate 3. And the Oscar goes to, about to load. Horse 4 here, and the Oscar goes 2, steps closer, goes in, and a Terrier nicely turned out is next. The last along is the first timer, Rural Roots, the outside to Jeffrey Alderson. The field about to go. Stand by for a start. Master Steel down to 2-1 here. And this Chestnut getting a little edgy. Guided forward. Now goes fully in. The field is set to run, standing well. Off their race, and a little awkwardly out. Rural Roots at the back, dips behind the field, and a bit slow with Silent Lee, but is coming up the rails. And the Oscar goes to from Master Steel. Going through to be third is Silent Lee, and on the outside is a Terrier. And next is Mr. Bean, a long last. Rural Roots is about 7 behind. Trouble. Oh, goodness me. Silent Lee has dumped the rider. Christoph Douglas is on the ground, and that horse running to the outside rail. And now the field broken apart, and out in front, Master Steel being hounded by, and the Oscar goes to there, 5 or 6 to a Terrier. Over on the inside is Mr. Bean. Another 10 lengths away is Rural Roots as they come to the quarter. And then the Oscar goes to a Master Steel, are really in an iron war. They're 5 in front of a Terrier trying to run after them. And the Oscar goes to on the outside of Master Steel. They share the lead by 4.5. A Terrier coming on. Master Steel is tough as nails. Master Steel in front and coming away from, and the Oscar goes to a Terrier down the outside. And Master Steel is pouring it on. Master Steel goes on to win by 4 lengths, a Terrier. And the Oscar goes to was third from Mr. Bean and Rural Roots. And more to come regarding Christoph Douglas, and Silent Lee continues on riderless here in front of the stands. The time 1:05.05. So more to come regarding the incident in this 7th race. The first quarter 22-1, the half 45-2, 58 flat. Christoph Douglas just assisted across towards the ambulance, is on his feet. He's walking across, so he's on his feet. 1:05.05 is the final time. Stewards officially putting up that inquiry sign as they are taking a close look at the incident with number 1, Silent Lee. So the numbers are 3, 5, 4, 2. The winner is 3, Master Steel. 5, a Terrier second. 4, and the Oscar goes to was third. And fourth was 2, Mr. Bean. Again, the inquiry focusing on horse number 1. And more to come. And Master Steel, a solid performance here, withstood the speed pressure and came out with a big win. And John Martini continues his excellent run of success at the meet. And Ryan Munger picks up a riding double. RCC Racing Stable Limited are the winning owners of this chestnut 3-year-old gelding. Another success for the sire, Signature Red, bred by Howie Walton. Citrus Storm is the dam. So Master Steel breaking through had a couple of very nice seconds and a third. And today, a very emphatic win. Master Steel. So this inquiry is ongoing regarding horse 1, Silent Lee. Stewards note of the horse number 1, Silent Lee, ducked out of his own accord. There's no change, no interference to other runners. The sign is down. The inquiry concluded. The result will become official, 3-5-4-2. And the result is now official. Prices will be up next. Here are the prices. The winner, Master Steel, $5.50. For the win, $2.80 and $2.10. 5 Ateria, $3.40 and $2.20. And 4 and the Oscar goes to $2.50. Exacta, $3.05. $13.50. Trifecta, $15.55. $128.05 for the Super number 2 in 4th. The double 5-3, 1960, and the pick 3, 4-5-3, 46.25. The pick 4, 4-4-5-3, 1,228.30. The swinger on 3-5 and on 3-4, $1.60. 4-5, 240. They're the payouts on the 7th. standing well. Off their race. And a little awkwardly out. Rural Roots at the back, dips behind the field, and a bit slow was Silent Lee, but is coming up the rails. And the Oscar goes to from Master Steel. Going through to be third is Silent Lee, and on the outside is a Terrier. And next is Mr. Bean, a long last. Rural Roots is about 7 behind. Trouble. Oh, goodness me. Silent Lee has dumped the rider. Christoph Douglas is on the ground, and that horse running to the outside rail. And now the field broken apart, and out in front Master Steel being hounded by, and the Oscar goes to there 5 or 6 to a Terrier. Over on the inside is Mr. Bean. Another 10 lengths away is Rural Roots as they come to the quarter. And then the Oscar goes to a Master Steel, are really in an iron war. They're 5 in front of a Terrier trying to run after them. And the Oscar goes to on the outside of Master Steel. They share the lead by 4.5. A Terrier coming on. Master Steel is tough as nails. Master Steel in front and coming away from, and the Oscar goes to a Terrier down the outside. And Master Steel is pouring it on. Master Steel goes on to win by 4 lengths, a Terrier. And the Oscar goes to was third from Mr. Bean and Rural Roots. And more to come regarding Christoph Douglas. And Silent Lee continues on riderless here in front of the stands. The time 1:05.05. A look at the finish order. Final race is off the turf, and it'll be at 7 furlongs on the main track. There's no jackpot high 5 wagering. We have 3 scratches. 1 Maker's Flatter, 6 Unbridled Weather, and 9 Fine Style. They are all Stewart scratches, and we're 25 minutes away, race 8.
If whiskey could talk, Johnny Walker Black Label would sing with notes of sweet, smooth toffee, rich fruit, and a touch of smoke. Tastes as good as it sounds.
Who will take the crown? The King's Plate, Saturday, August 15th at Woodbine Racetrack. Fashion, food, music, and the thunder of the track. Grab your tickets from only $35 at kingsplate.com and rule the day.
Well, after being a little bit quiet there for a few weeks, it seems like the John Mattini barn is starting to get back on track. They just had Master Steele, who put away, and the Oscar goes to, and gets the victory at 8-5 in race number 7 to start off the late double. Race number 8 is now at 7 furlongs on the main track. No jackpot high five because of the scratches. Scratch the 1, Maker's Flatter. The 6, Unbridled Weather. And the 9 will not compete either in this event, and that is Fine Style. Here's a look at Chaos Agents. And when this one debuted down at Gulfstream Park during their championship meet, opened up a lot of people's eyes. Ran really, really well on that day. Didn't take much money, 11-1 on that particular occasion. Won, got a good figure in the process, and they thought so highly of what he did in that race and so highly of him that they went into the Jeff Ruby Stakes. That is a traditional prep for the Derby, and unfortunately it did not go well. Of course, was basically easing that race and needed a van ride home. So I almost look at this and say it's kind of a fresh start. Let's see what we've got now. If we can come off the sidelines effectively in this race here today. I think he's the most talented horse in the race, and a lot of people will be scared to play him because of the fact his last race was so poor. But I'm going to be an optimistic guy in this spot and say that the glass is half full, and let's see if we can't get this horse back on track. Lover Boy Mo is the number 3. Easy winner in against Maine's Pressure Company on June the 14th. I'm not sure there was a whole lot in that field, but they got the W nonetheless. And then they had to face much tougher in that last start, and he ran very well. He really impressed me when finishing in the 4th place position. Christoph Douglas rode in that race. He's scheduled to ride here today in this race. We have not heard any information as to him not riding in this race because he did have that incident in our most recent race. But once we obviously get the call for riders up, we'll be able to give you a definitive look as to who is going to board this horse. But it is supposed to be Christoph that is going to be riding Loverboy Mo coming up in this spot. Number 4 is William T. I thought he ran terrific last time out. He ran against a horse he just simply couldn't beat, and that was Tux. But William T is one that's going to go into a 7-furlong race here today for the second consecutive time, and he beat a good horse last time out in El Capo too. I think that field was pretty tough. I don't know how much tougher this field is, if it is tougher or not. It all depends on the status of the 2. If the 2 is 100% back and the same horse that we saw at Gulfstream, then I think the field's pretty salty. But I think it's 2-4, 4-2 in this race till the cows come home. And the bettors agree, as right now this one is the second choice as we speak right now at odds of 5-2. Number 5 at 9-1 is Bright Angel. So they got that win last time out and against main optional 40s. I kind of like that. The horse that they beat on that day, Forever Frosty, came back with not a bad run earlier on today, going just 5/8 or 5.5 furlongs on the main track, I guess it is. But this is a much, much tougher race here today for this one. I mean, not only are you moving up to allowance company in here, but you've got some really salty horses that you have to face in here. Sometimes they can be hit or miss, these allowance races, but he might be biting off more than he can chew here in this spot. We scratch the 6. Number 7 is Teleport, right now at odds of 7-2. So this is a gelding now. They've elected to make that ultimate equipment change in here. This will be his first ever start on a synthetic surface. He works on it on a regular basis, though, so he shouldn't be, thrown off by that by any means in here. And you always have to respect these connections, whether it's Rapoli Stable or whether it's Kevin Attard or Pietro Moran. And the fact that now he does show up as a first-time gelding in this race, he looks pretty salty in here. And, earlier on, I said it might be a 2-horse race. I'm probably not being fair to this horse. It probably is more like a 3-horse race with this one because I don't know how good he is, but we're going to find that out, obviously, coming up in just a matter of minutes. And number 8 is Golden Truth. He ran one of the best races I think he ever has run in that most recent race. He ran terrific when third against Ashley's Archer. Now, that was a mile on the turf. Now he's going to get back sprinting. That his numbers on the main track, I would say, are not quite as good as what they are on the turf. So I think the surface change might hurt him a tad in here. But I could see him, if things kind of work his way in here, I could maybe see him finishing in the top 3 if he's able to get one of these other horses that we have some high expectations on, not to run up to expectations. But, he's going to have to really run well because the 2, the 4, and the 7, they all look pretty good here coming up in race number 8. So we don't have the call for riders up as of yet, but we have not received word of any rider change or anything like that with Christoph Douglas. So I assume he is good to go in here, which is obviously terrific because he did have that incident back in race number 7. Just looking ahead to the stake schedule for next week, all our eyes are kind of focused on 2 weeks' time because that's the plates. But next week on Saturday's card, we have actually 2 stake races. We have the second leg of the Triple Tierra, that being the Bison City Stakes. And then we have the Niagara, which is going to take place on the turf, and that's a long-distance stamina type of race on the grass. So we do have a couple of very interesting races when it comes to stakes caliber competition on the program for you next Saturday. From a scheduling point of view, just want to remind everybody we're back with everybody on Thursday. First race post time will be at 3:10. We have a 7-pack coming your way on that card of racing, and then coming up on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We'll get underway at 1 o'clock. We do leave you with the clocker information, as it is Chaos Agent, who is the lone clocker horse for today, right now on the board at odds of 9-5. Hopefully you had some success along the way, and just looking back at some of the winners for today's card of racing, biggest upset of the day was Slayster at 27-1. Kohlberg, I thought, looked really good back in race number 6 when pulling off the victory. And Cash the Money and Red Weaver both able to double up. They won their most recent races. They came right back to win yet again today. Appreciate you joining us on this Sunday card. Don't forget to, next week, next Saturday, weather permitting, we're back on the E.P. Taylor Turf Course. That is something I can't wait for. Race 8 in 13 minutes. We'll see you next week.
30, bro.
That just gives you a shot and gives you incentive to prove me wrong.
Call to pose for the 8th and final. We are on the main track, and now the distance to note is 7 furlongs for the final race. Allowance optional claimer, Scratches, 1 Maker's Flatter, 6 Unbridled Weather, 9 Fine Style, there's Stewart Scratches. And as they head to the post parade, 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of 2 or 3-year-old claiming tag of $50,000. No jackpot high five with those scratches. 8 minutes away. Here is the post parade with the 1 as a scratch is led by number 2 Chaos Agent for Pin Oak Stud LLC and Josie Carroll with Rafael Hernandez. Lover Boy Mo is the 3, Lisa Keogh is the owner, Harold Ladder is the trainer, the rider Christoph Douglas. William T is the 4 for Michael Lay, Don McCrae and Fraser Abley. To 5, Bright Angel for John P. McCallan, Joe Russo and Romero Mirage. 6 is out. 7, Teleport, Rapoli Stable and Newton Anna Stud Farm owners, Kevin Attard trainer, the rider Pietro Morin. And number 8, Golden Truth, and is owned by Golden Star Stables trainer Basil Leon with Keve Nichols. This final race sees the scratch of the 9 as well, and post time is 6 minutes away. 3 minutes to post time. Happy birthday going out to Aaron from Broadcast Department. Now they're headed to the start, the final race of our program, and for the week we're back on Thursday through Sunday, and the countdown onto the King's Plate, which is on the 15th. We are looking at a 9-5 favourite in Chaos Agent, and currently second pick is 2-1 in William T, number 4, and 7-2 for number 7, Teleport. This race has been altered in distance. It's at 7 furlongs, so they are on the main track, about to go to the chute for the start. Chaos Agent goes in for Pin Oak Start, has settled. Loverboy Mo alongside. Next along is Fraser Abley with William T. Out to a price is Bright Angel, has gate number 5. And the last start winner is set. It is the turn of Teleport. And to the outside is Golden Truth. Stand by for a start. Golden Truth and Kevin Nichols complete the line. In the gate and locked up. Off they race, and very slow was Chaos Agent and missed it. Is last. Best away is on the outside. Golden Truth from Teleport, and coming through fast now Chaos Agent right up on the inside, and is being tracked with Loverboy Mo after this leader. And they're out by a length and a half to on the inside Bright Angel and William T the outer. Golden Truth got across to lead, but Teleport pushing for the lead now. Length and a half away, coming 3 wide is William T on the outside of Loverboy Mo. Chaos Agent kicks up nicely in third despite being a little bit tardy. And last of all early is Bright Angel. Going away is Golden Truth to lead by a length and a quarter. Teleport, and on the inside Chaos Agent. A length behind them Loverboy Mo. William T is on the outside and edging up. 2 lengths away last, Bright Angel. They went through the first quarter 23-2, and showing the way it is Golden Truth. Peeping around too, Kevin Nichols, Teleport second, Chaos Agent pushed along, coming home on the outside of Loverboy Mo, and now William T is coming into it well. And last as they turn is Bright Angel. Chaos Agent picking up a bit now behind the leader. Golden Truth pressed by Teleport and Chaos Agent, and down the outside is William T. Loverboy Mo's the centre. Teleport coming. It's Golden Truth, Teleport, Chaos Agent. Agent still a chance and is coming home well on the inside. And Chaos Agent has gone up to hit the front from Teleport. Now William T is charging, but it's too late, and Chaos Agent has won. Chaos first, Chaos Agent. William T second. Third is Teleport. Behind them, Bright Angel, Loverboy Mo, and last Golden Truth. And the time, 1:22.97. The winner is number 2, Chaos Agent. Second is 4, William T. Third is 7, Teleport. And fourth is 3, Loverboy Mo. And the numbers are 2, 4, 7, 3. The first quarter in 23 and 2, a half a mile, 46 and 1. 3 quarters, 1:10 and 2. The time, 1:22.97, 2, 4, 7, 3.
I'll get those, Brendan. Okay.
Yes.
Well, Chaos Agent, clearly much the best after beginning a little tardily, has won well. And congrats going out to Pin Oak stud, to Josie Carroll with this bay colt, 3 years of age, by Independence Hall from Into Oblivion. And James Paliafito and Joe Adams bred the winner in Kentucky. Rafael Hernandez picks up a double here today. So in a third lifetime start, and now a 2-time winner, Chaos Agent. It's official on the final race. It is official $5.40 for the winner, number 2, Chaos Agent. And it was 330 and 270 across the board. 270 for the place for number 4, William T, and 370 to show for number 7, Teleport. The exact at 2 for $10.40. The try has paid $32 even. The super was $59.75 on 2473. The final double 3-2, $15.60. Pick 3, 5-3-2, or the scratches $16.35. 2-4 swinger $2.05. 27, 490. 47, 365. The jackpot power pick 6 and the payout is $1,024.55 for 544532, or the scratches in the last race, and the carry is $19,147.28 to our Thursday program. Off they race, and very slow was Chaos Agent, and missed it. Is last. Best away is on the outside. Golden Truth from Teleport, and coming through fast now. Chaos Agent right up on the inside, and is being tracked with Loverboy Mo after this leader. And they're out by a length and a half to on the inside. Bright Angel and William T. the outer. Golden Truth got across to lead, but Teleport pushing for the lead now. Length and a half away, coming 3 wide is William T on the outside of Loverboy Mo. Chaos Agent kicks up nicely in third despite being a little bit tardy. And last of all early is Bright Angel. Going away is Golden Truth to lead by a length and a quarter. Teleport, and on the inside Chaos Agent. A length behind them Loverboy Mo. William T is on the outside and edging up. 2 lengths away last, Bright Angel. They went through the first quarter 23 and 2, and showing the way it is Golden Truth. Peeping around too, Kevin Nichols. Teleport second. Chaos Agent pushed along. Coming home on the outside, Loverboy Mo, and now William T is coming into it well. And last as they turn is Bright Angel. Chaos Agent picking up a bit now behind the leader. Golden Truth pressed by Teleport and Chaos Agent, and down the outside is William T. Loverboy Mo's the center. Teleport coming. It's Golden Truth, Teleport, Chaos Agent. Agent still a chance and is coming home well on the inside. And Chaos Agent has gone up to hit the front from Teleport. Now William T is charging, but it's too late, and Chaos Agent has won. Chaos first, Chaos Agent. William T second. Third is Teleport. Behind them, Bright Angel, Loverboy Mo, and last Golden Truth. And the time, 1:22.97. There's the final race finish order concluding our Sunday program. Woodbine Mohawk Park, a reminder too, with racing on Thursday, continues the opportunities at Woodbine as we count down to the King's Plate on the 15th. But we definitely appreciate you following the signal today, and on behalf of the Woodbine Entertainment Group, wish you a very good night.
Thank you.